Hi, Sean. Can you hear us okay? Ooh, I cannot hear you. But you can hear me and see me okay. Okay. It's just not the other way. Let's see here. Let me look at our device settings first here, okay? I'm going to move this real quick. Hang on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and say something, Sean. Yeah, but barely. Let me try something else. Okay, go ahead. Try again.
Test, Sean.
Yeah, we're getting there. Hang on. That's better.
Test.
So I can see it on the and so we can see you when you're talking.
Test. Sean. Okay.
Keep trying while we work with Sandy on.
Test.
I can hear you a little bit.
Test.
Oh, and get the break. Something built.
Test. Now all of a sudden you went away there, Sandy. Now maybe it's not. You're not speaking into the mic.
Okay, you're in. If you would test your microphone there. How are you doing?
Okay, Sean, can you hear me now? Okay, I can't still hear you. Sean, can you hear me? I can't hear you. He said he can hear you, Mayor Peck. But you can't hear him. So hang on one second. We're gonna keep working on it.
Sean, you're muted. I can see at the bottom of your screen.
Can you unmute Sean, Sandy?
He unmuted himself.
There he is.
Yeah.
Can you say
I'm gonna
something? Let's see if we
keep
can
trying
hear
to
you.
do things on here. All right, Sean, you just keep talking, okay? Keep on talking. See, I can start to hear that. Okay.
Test.
Okay, we heard that one.
Yeah, I heard it too. That seems like a little lag. Test.
Yep, we can hear you, Sean.
Okay, sorry.
Hang on one second. I'm going to try one more thing. All right, try that again. Go ahead and speak.
Does it feel cold in here?
That time he's coming out up here. I think our best bet is... We're getting somewhere.
Thank you for your patience while we all try to get logged in here.
Keep going.
Are we all?
That's never going to work.
Well, it looks like we're all logged in. So I would like to,
Hey, Mayor, could you hang on for one more second?
we're
I'm
not-
sorry. He's still trying to test and
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm bouncing
I
all
thought
over.
he was in.
So sorry. Test, test. You can hear me, right? Somebody else has a speaker on. Does one of you all have a speaker on? Okay.
No, I think it's
Is it me? Might be me.
you because it's on.
Could be me. Test, test, test. Oh, Aaron's mic is on. Okay. You're right, I can still hear it from somewhere. Test, test, test. That sounds better. Okay. All right, Sean, can you hear me now? You cannot?
You're on mute.
Okay. How about now? You cannot hear me now? Dang it. Okay. No, I would hang right there for a minute. I can hear you, barely. Yeah, can you hear me now? Poor guy. Can you hear me now? You could hear everybody? Let's try that. Can you hear me now? Sean can't hear us. Okay. Sean, go ahead and hit test, test again. Yeah, I can't hear him at all then. Okay. Keep going. Coming out of somewhere. Can you hear me? Sean, can you hear us? It's a negative, okay. I just saw Marcia's mic flash. Yeah, you can. Who? It was just me twice. I think it's coming out of the monitor here. I think it was me, Sean. Okay, let's see here. We heard you for a second.
Yeah, it came out of Susie's.
Yeah. Not really. Okay, Can you hear me, Sean? You did hear me? From your computer. Okay, let's try something. So you can hear me okay, right? Sean, you can hear me? Yeah, Mayor, can you talk to him, see if he can hear you? Sean, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mayor Beck.
Okay. Oh, now we've got the feedback. Sean, can you hear me now? That's just not good, Harold. Keep talking, Sean. Where are we hearing that from? Just the mayor? Okay. Yeah, and then every time you and I talk, it's over and over and over again. All right, Sean, I'm going to try something totally different. Let's make sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Feedback still. Yes, that's the idea, except that we can't seem to hear Sean. It's not coming through. That's good. You can hear me? Okay. I'm going to see if I can put you on a different device so you guys can all hear me too, right? Mayor, go ahead and turn off your speaker. Sean, go ahead and say something. Okay. I'm going to jump on separately, Sean, and put a microphone to you, okay? So if you can wave a little bit when you're going to say something. If you can hear me and you can hear them, that's half the battle. Okay. I know we got a lot to do tonight, so I will leave you here.
No, go ahead and leave it on.
Okay. Harold, would you tell Sean to go ahead and speak?
Can you go ahead and speak, Sean?
Test, 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 test.
Hey, do you have a cord that can come out of line into this? Okay. I can hear him, correct.
All right. Sean, Harold can hear you, so when you're ready to say something, feel free just to wave and we'll be listening. Turn myself off. Yeah, could you use the hand raising?
Yeah, Yeah.
on Teams because I.
Yep, if you can mute yourself and then we'll raise your hand, then we'll bridge the gap. Thanks.
So it's coming out of, it's coming out of this is where it's coming out of. Instead of the system.
Thank everyone for your patience. I would now like to call the July 18th, 2023 Longmont City Council study session to order. Before we move on, I want to make a motion to suspend by reference Council Rule of Procedure 25.2.A.2 to allow for Commissioner McCoy to participate remotely in this meeting. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we amend the rules of procedure for this meeting. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That passes unanimously. I also would like to make a motion to allow electronic participation by Commissioner McCoy for 7/18/20. I'm sorry, Councilor McCoy, for the 7/18/2023 City Council study session. Can I have a second?
Second.
So that's been seconded by Councilor Hidalgo. Oh, no, that's right. I'm getting Commissioner and Councilor mixed up. Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Peck,
Present.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring,
Here.
Councilmember Martin,
Here.
Councilmember McCoy. Hey, I heard that. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez. Here. Councilmember Waters. Here. Councilmember Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you're viewing this remotely, the live stream can be seen at the city's YouTube channel. It can also be seen at the longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. Anyone wishing to speak at first call public invited to be heard will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at the first public invited to be heard. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask for your name and address. Are there any motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas? Councilor McCoy, I can't see you, so do you have one? No, he can't hear me. Thank you. I didn't hear that. So we are at the public invited to be heard. The first person, oh, I'm sorry, did I get a list? We're a little disorganized because of our starting here, so we'll get back on track. So once again, when you come up, when I call your name, come up, you have 3 minutes to speak, and please give us your name and address. The first one on the list is Joe Illingworth.
All right, let's try that. Hi, everybody. Love going first. Hello, my name is Joe Illingworth. I live at 1828 Lincoln Drive here in Longmont. My wife Erica and I purchased our home in 2016 when home prices were sub 300K and interest rates sat 3.5%. If we sold our home and attempted to buy another house in Longmont priced within the attainable housing guidelines proposed by council, we would not qualify for a mortgage, despite making well above the city's area median income of 106K, as defined by HUD and referenced in the Root Policy Research Report published in the agenda minutes. Speaking of RPR, I don't have enough time to go over the entire report, but I wanted to highlight a few things I found to be disheartening, if not shameful. RPR goes out of their way to know that the standard calculation for these reports is to use 30% of income as a benchmark for affordability, like when applying for a mortgage, but that the council instructed them to use 33% to be more realistic. This does not instill confidence in council's commitment to affordable housing. In this report, so-called attainable housing is being benchmarked for Longmont at 80 to 120% of AMI. This term is not defined in any federal government database. The only organizations I can find consistently using it are municipal governments and real estate developers. More importantly, using that benchmark, the maximum affordable home price for Longmont, defined at 120% of AMI, is $486,300. Why then did council unanimously agree to subsidize housing priced up to $600K in the temporary water fee waiver granted last week? When it comes to Longmont's inclusionary housing goal of 12% of all housing being affordable by 2035, RPR notes that the current rate of build is not actually a catch-up rate, meaning we will not hit that goal after adjusting for organic population growth. RPR's report does, however, provide guidance on how to correct this, most importantly by significantly raising the fee in lieu of build, which 56% of developments are currently taking advantage of. One stat provided in this analysis compares Longmont to other municipalities by the fee in lieu received per typical affordable renting household unit not built. Littleton is collecting $270K, Denver $250, Boulder $200, Broomfield $55, Longmont $17,500. A figure RPR takes pains to note is not nearly enough for the city to purchase the housing not being built, the entire point of the fee. Of note, in my research is a Longmont Leader article from 2022 on inclusionary housing that stated the city expected to collect $4.4 million in 2022. The actual figure released this year, $470K. Finally, I wish to comment on the sustainable priorities of Longmont as it relates to affordable housing and the significant amount of taxpayer dollars being dedicated to those efforts. While I applaud the concept in theory, after reading the RPR report and the figures I've highlighted tonight, I have to ask the council, who are you making this city sustainable for? It's not the people who live and work here currently. I implore the council to abandon this meaningless marketing term of attainable housing and recommit our resources to achieving 12% affordable housing by 2035, including organic population growth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shay Tibbetts?
Hello there, everybody. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Shay Tibbetts. I live at 635 Gooseberry Drive in Southwest Longmont. And I am here to share my grievance with my elected officials. And specifically, I would like to talk about the palpable uptick of the silent and furious cyclists speeding down our greenways and our suburban neighborhoods. I'm speaking about the Greenway in Meadowview, Staghorn, between Airport Road and 75th, in the neighborhoods surrounding Silver Creek High School and Eagle Crest Elementary. Personally, I have been knocked off my center and onto the grass as speeding silent cyclists passed me on a curve and never looked back to see if I was okay. Recently, I was out with my neighbor who had a hip replacement and walking as part of her physical therapy. Inevitably, a silent speeding cyclist passed us. I was frazzled and bumped up against my friend, who almost fell on her replacement hip. A true medical fact, is one of three adults, age 50 and over, who have a hip fracture will die within a year. Let me see, I'm sorry, I lost my train here. I'm sorry, here we go. Every day, I see fragile seniors and couples walking in the morning or taking a stroll at sunset. And just about every day, I see seniors unsteadied by a silent cyclist encounter. It is not just seniors and children at risk for injury. It's everyone on our greenways, including the cyclists. I am confident that if we all work together we can make our greenways safe again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Sue Alberg.
Hello, Mayor Peck and council members. I'm Sue Alberg, 332 Lincoln Street. I've lived in Longmont for 43 years, and I've been a very avid city recreation user, as well as my children. All of those 43 years, I've been on the Park and Rec Advisory Board a number of times during the past 20 years. I'm here tonight to talk about, to express my support for putting a rec center / branch library / community center, whatever the name is going to be, on this November's ballot. The needs assessment and feasibility study show that Longmont is long overdue for these improvements. But I'm very concerned about the possibility of putting the YMCA and City of Longmont land swap on this November's ballot. I feel it will create confusion and will muddy the waters for our voters. If this land swap were ever to happen, I think the city's new proposed rec center should be built before Centennial Pool is demolished. While I think the city working with a partner on affordable housing has great merit, I don't see the same benefit for our recreational services. The YMCA will always be viewed as a private enterprise inaccessible to many, whereas a city rec center and city centers in general are viewed as equally welcoming to all. City admission passes and daily fees are consistently less expensive than the Ys. The land swap proposal has received very little press or public input, which is very surprising to me. Public-private partnerships can have positive results, but I'm not sure that this proposal is in the citizens of Longmont's best interest, especially since there's been no discussion about it since the last article I read at April 30th of the Times Call. The YMCA of Northern Colorado is not just a Longmont-centered organization and is not vested in just our city. They have centers all through the Northern Colorado area. I really worry that Longmont citizens aren't going to be considered first, the way a city facility would. I've looked at the proposed complex, and I find it to be a beautiful pie-in-the-sky proposal. I can't imagine at the end of that proposal it's going to really look like that. Can we depend on the Y to deliver what they say they will? And is this the best way for the city to provide affordable housing? Has there been enough reflection and in-depth discussion? I don't think so. I looked at the new proposed recreation community center idea, including the branch library, at the last PRAB meeting, and I saw the beautiful PowerPoint that you're going to be seeing tonight that was in your packet. I do think it is very short-sighted of the city to consider only 6 lap lanes be included in our new rec center. There should be a minimum of 10 to 12. 6 lap lanes is just swapping 6 lap lanes at Centennial Pool. And the population growth in Longmont supports more swimming. It has been 20 years since the current rec center was built. I think our citizens have been patient enough, and I feel a land swap will muddy the waters and create confusion for voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Sharon O'Leary.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. Sharon O'Leary, 534 Emery Street. I served on the Park Recreation Open Space Board for 10 years. I'm a retired St. Vrain public educator who also coached sports inside and outside of the school district. Longmont's recreation mission is to strive to build communities through evolving affordable recreation and leisure opportunities which encourage well-being and enhance the quality of life. And this is something the city certainly does well. Affordable recreation and scholarship opportunities for those who might not be able to afford participation. It is the cornerstone of a healthy, vibrant, intergenerational system that serves all citizens. The Ed and Ruth Lehman YMCA is a nonprofit organization whose mission statement is to put Christian principles into practice through programs that build healthy spirit, mind, body, and all. There is a distinct difference between the mission statements of the YMCA and the city. There is also the question of affordability. Back in the mid-'80s, Longmont went into a public-private partnership with the local YMCA. Longmont citizens paid for 2 additional swim lanes open for public use at the Lehman Y Center. Needless to say, this did not work out well for Longmont citizens, and the swim lanes were underutilized by the general public. Public money for private use. As a result of this unsuccessful investment, citizens worked hard towards the building of a full-service recreational center, which opened in 2002 and continues to serve all citizens. So let's reinvest in our citizens again with a public-public partnership. Take the $10 to $12 million that would go to the YMCA and use that money towards building a new pool and library facility where the Centennial Pool is located, an already established recreational campus with multiple public schools nearby. The present location is easily accessible because of the in-place infrastructure of public streets, bike paths, and trails for pedestrian and bikes, and the added bonus of a public transportation system. We also need to implement a better plan at our existing Quail Campus Rec Center than what happened in the past with Centennial Pool, with a small expansion and rehab work on the pool. During a tight financial economy, it is imperative that we care for our public investments while investing in the new needs of all citizens. A library extension at this location is an added solution to meeting the needs of a growing population. Public money for public projects. Let's give the voters something they can afford to vote on. Thank you very much for your time and commitment.
Thank you, Sharon. Strider Benston.
Thank you. Don't walk too well. Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. Again, as is regular here, we have an example of democracy in action, and we're going to have to fight to maintain it. It just came out yesterday, some of the program of the previous president that basically to abolish what they call regulations, the administrative state, the fact that there are commissions and throughout the country that actually do work, like the Environmental Protection Agency, the FCC. That is under the current, the former president who wants to come back, is to be abolished. His own chief of staff, General Kelly, said the sycophants go along with this, it would be a nonstop gunfight. And that's kind of what the game is. That's why they are having millions and millions of guns. You got to read Brian Bussey's book, Gunfight. It shows how the NRA took over the Republican Party and the gun industry from the inside. He's a gun executive, one of the key people in the country. And the 19 attorney generals of states stealing the medical records of people last week or a couple of months ago. Vanderbilt University came out and told the people that they had stolen their medical records. 19 states. That is going on, and the vigilante game in Florida, Texas, various places, the abolishment of history. We have to wake up and be on point on dealing with this, because the only thing the former president has actually studied, aside from not paying workers, not paying attorneys, not paying anyone, and not paying taxes, is how Adolf Hitler took over Germany. That is exactly the game that is going on right now. And it's similar to when D.C. Stevenson took over the state of Indiana with the Ku Klux Klan, and he was going to be president, but he got convicted. There was actually a jury that convicted him of sexual cannibalism. Let's wake up and appreciate what we have and fight to maintain it. Thank you.
Thank you, Strider. Cynthia Keller.
Hi, Cynthia Keller, 840 Gay Street. Thank you, Mayor Peck and council members. I'm here today as a member of and on behalf of the Longmont Public Library Advisory Board. A strong public library is essential to an equitable community. The Longmont Library Advisory Board has unanimously approved the following. We support the inclusion of a ballot measure for a library branch on the November 2023 ballot. We are in agreement that the survey results from earlier this year show opportunity and support for the library, especially as an initiative that approached the 60% threshold of support. As well, we do not foresee organized opposition to this measure. We believe that as a community of nearly 100,000, Longmont requires a sustainably funded library. The Longmont Advisory Board recommends that any ballot measures regarding the funding for the Longmont Public Library on the 2023 ballot be separate and not combined with other ballot measures to allow the voter to decide based on the merit of individual proposals. Our primary concern is for the Longmont Public Library to be funded at the preferred level of service as put forth by the 2022 feasibility study in order to provide Longmont with the 21st century library equipped to meet the demands of our current and growing populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Steve Lane.
Good evening, Steve Lane, 1013 Neon Forest. Here as a citizen and also as a member of Prosper Longmont regarding the housing needs assessment. There's a lot of great information there and a lot to unpack, which I'm sure you're going to get into. The report does a great job of quantifying the problem that we knew we already had. Despite, or maybe because, the 80% of the housing stock built in the last 3 years has been detached single family, we have a really serious lack of affordability here in Longmont, and that gap is only going to get bigger. I was sort of frightened, but not entirely shocked to see that there were actually 0 affordable homes for sale built in Longmont last year. 0. The ownership rate among those of us that are younger than 45 is less than 50%, despite the above 45 being over 70. That's a big gap. The median home is out of reach of Longmont workers, period. So what are we going to do about it? I'll have to be honest, I was a little disappointed in the report to see a bunch of potential opportunities being sort of glossed over in favor of a really heavy emphasis on this fee in lieu increase and how to justify a bigger one. I think we really need to understand why we have the problem in the first place before just getting a bigger stick out. There was a lot of good ideas mentioned. I mean, you've already started with fee waivers for attainable. That's a great start. But making clear direction of the city objectives, allowing for some flexibility, providing streamlined approaches for projects that are just by the book. Those are all great ideas. We need some more discussion on density and parking. I don't think this notion of half a space, a unit just kind of thrown out is really going to make much of a difference. So I think there needs to be more discussion about that. It didn't read like a report that had heavy input from the development side. So I would really urge you to have detailed consideration of this fee in lieu increases and make sure that whatever you decide to do is really backed up by strong data showing that it will be successful, and then balance it out with appropriate incentives, because what we want is to have affordable homes built in the city. We don't want to have affordable home builders go somewhere else because it's easier to deal with. That will only increase the problem we have in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Lance Whitaker.
Mayor and council, my name is Lance Whitaker. I've lived in Longmont for 40-plus years. I live at 1750 Collier Street. I bought my house in 2009, so I'm as happy as clams seeing all these other people trying to struggle to find affordable housing. Unfortunately, I was smart enough to buy then, but today is National Sour Candy Day and National Tropical Fruit Day. You all have a good day and no grievance. Have a good day.
Thanks, Lance. Paul Tiger.
Greetings, members of council. Paul Tiger, 435 Elliott, also the location of the rooster. 10 years ago, I joined with, this might be 12 years ago, with Gabe Santos, Mayor Pro Tem Gabe Santos, in opposing backyard chickens. And we have an ordinance that addresses chickens and hens, but it actually doesn't address roosters. And code enforcement has had some difficulty in animal control as well in citing people for having noisy roosters. Some of you have seen some of my emails and heard my calls, and I'm very, very appreciative of my rooster, the rooster going away. Because it was city staff that took care of that. He seemed surprised, but it's your staff that did it. Thank you. They had a lot of difficulty and told me that they would have to cite and send to the judge rather than give a ticket. And it has to do with the wording of the ordinance. There's nothing there that actually bans a rooster. And I'll get together with Eugene or city attorney staff to get some changes on that. You know, I'm all about the one-word changes. Rooster would be mine. Okay. I also like to talk a little bit about a crosswalk at 3rd and Alpine. You've heard me here before about that. 10 years ago, I got 460 signatures to change that intersection. We actually had asked for a signaled intersection. And at the time, city traffic engineers showed me how that would be very, very difficult, and that if there was a traffic signal there, traffic would be backing up into the neighborhoods. What we have instead now, even though they did a marvelous job at re-engineering that intersection, and there are no fatalities there anymore, it's just wonderful. However, the workforce is on one side of the street and the jobs are on the other. Weaver Park is a job zone, and I see every morning people trying to cross. They'll come down the hill on their bicycles. The street has been lined on both sides with traffic lanes for bicycles. I've never seen a bicycle on 3rd Avenue because there's a big wide sidewalk that they can be on. But when they get to Alpine and attempt to cross, there's no safety for them. Just some stripes on the street would be great. Of course, you know, we need traffic warrants and all sorts of things.
Thank you, Paul. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close first call public invited to be heard. We don't have any special reports or presentations tonight, but we do have a couple of study session items. The first one is the Library Recreation and Cultural Fund update and ballot setting direction.
I'll introduce you when you're up. Okay.
Sean, can you see that? again. How about now?
Can you see it now? Okay, when we changed it earlier. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This has been a unique night. You have heard from me a lot on various topics, and here we go again. We're going to start off with, as you know, the purpose is to get direction from council on the ballot issues that you narrowed down in the previous session. You know, one of the things that we wanted to talk to you about is inflation expectations and costs. So when you look at the new recreation center and the library branch, you can see that from the numbers that we provided to you in the fall of 2022 to July 2023, the numbers have increased. Based on our conversation with council during the last session, we held the Arts and Entertainment Center at 45 million. You all talked about having that as a fixed number, and then with the 35 million that the proponents proposed to raise as a fixed trigger on that one. And then obviously you can see that the YMCA complex is, based on our previous discussion, is there for $12 million. We talked a lot about the what to put in the column for the fall of 22 number. If you remember, we did have Centennial Pool as one of the original items on the list. That was for $8 million, and that was essentially to eliminate the pool and actually create court space. Council may recall that when we talked about that in terms of what it would cost to actually redo the pool, Jeff indicated, I believe, and Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, that, you know, at a minimum it was probably $25 million. But based on what we're seeing on inflation, it's probably higher if we were to repair that pool. Ben, is that correct?
Our estimates were started at 15 and we're going up.
Yeah, so. It was a 25 million is when we put in inflation numbers on it with Jeff. So know that it would be, that was one of the things we talked about. A couple of points that I wanted to make during this session is, you know, we're recommending holding the construction cost to the current estimates in July 2023. The one thing that I will say in this, and as you know, we've seen this on some of our bond projects that we got approved a while ago, inflation definitely does hit it. And so we just need to be aware that as the economy is moving and if inflation continues to trend up, it could impact the actual final design based on the amount of funding available. One of the things that's a bit unique about this is, as we were trying to work through, and Eugene and Jim Golden were looking at the ballot questions, and we were trying to figure out how we were going to write the ballot questions, what became apparent pretty quickly is how complex the ballot questions are going to be. When they were trying to add debt into that and other components. This is a little bit different because we're taking the projects to the voters for the sales tax increase, and one of the things that our outside counsel, Dee Weiser, made in reference to how we can approach this is looking at utilizing certificates of participation so that it would make the debt questions more clear. I want to be clear on this in that I think a lot of people, when they hear certificates of participation, think that it's really leveraging other city facilities. That is not the case in this scenario. If the voters approve the tax, we can utilize the certificates of participation that will not leverage existing buildings. What it really does is allow you to use the specific project as the collateral. And then at the end of the day, it does make those questions more direct and simple as we put them on the ballot. At this point, you all know that we went through the Longmont Recreation Center feasibility study, so I am going to introduce Ben Wagner to go over this and introduce our consultants, and then they will present a few slides on what we learned as we were working on the feasibility plan. Ben?
Good evening, Mayor Peck, members of council. My name is Ben Wagner. I'm the Recreation and Golf Superintendent, and Jeff's up in the air right now, flying to Germany. That's why he's not here, so yay for him. I'm here to introduce Chris Kostelik with Perkins and Will, who is our consultant. The company is our consultant for this study, and we'll get right to it.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. As Ben mentioned, my name is Chris Kostelik with Perkins and Will Architects. We were the consultants that were contracted to sort of lead this feasibility plan, which consisted of a team of architects, land planners, recreation operations and management specialists, as well as an aquatic consultant. And so this is really the culmination of that effort over the last several months. We'll walk you through a timeline of the process. We'll talk about the market assessment and really what's driving this recommendation. Go through some of the public input and needs that we heard from residents and surveys. We will talk about that site and potentially some of the mitigation factors that might play into thinking about the Dry Creek property. We'll talk about the programs that are recommended, the needs that were derived from our study. And we will show you a concept plan and talk about some of the factors that led to the way we presented this project. And then finally, last but not least, but always last, we will talk about the costs of construction and operations of the facility. So very briefly, I will walk you through the timeline over the last several months. Beginning in April, we began a process that included some market analysis, demographic outreach through our study of the community, as well as looking at other service providers and really understanding the Longmont market and the demand for recreational services. Beyond that, we held an initial public open house, April 26th, where we gathered public input, listened to several polling questions. We did a build-a-center exercise, and then we had sort of a questions and answer session that helped us understand the needs of the participants. Moving forward, we started developing the program based on some of that feedback. We presented to the Park and Rec Advisory Board as well as the Senior Board, and we issued in June a public survey, an online survey that would elicit a more non-biased approach to questions about need, expectations, and priorities. We also held 2 open houses in late June, one on June 7th, another on June 14th, similarly advising of some of the needs that we've heard, as well as listening to feedback from the public. Finally, we developed the concept plan and started utilizing that to develop costs, operational analysis, and essentially a pro forma to build this and run this building. And here we are tonight on July 18th presenting the results of this program. So the market analysis, without boring you with 100 pages of demographic and research, really kind of honed in on a couple of factors that really drive need for recreation within the Longmont community. One of those is certainly an income level and a spending index, a propensity to spend money on recreation. Now, this is endemic of the entire state of Colorado, but it also is focused in northern Colorado and in particular in Longmont. So we see a higher amount of money invested in recreation and outdoor activity within this group of residents. We also noticed that there's a significant planned population growth. We've heard people speak tonight about housing costs. Obviously, that's a product of population growth. And so those factors also led us to look deeper into the recreational opportunities that are available, meaning other service providers in the market. There are private service providers within the region. There are service providers within the city. However, they don't reach the level or the standard of what maybe a city that's growing at the rate of Longmont, at the size of the rate of Longmont, would provide for those residents. So we recognize a need both in the private and public sector. You also have aging facilities that are overcrowded. Centennial Pool and even the Longmont Recreation Center at Quail Road are showing signs of age, showing signs of overcrowding, and again, show a need for increased recreational activity within the community. So the overall market assessment was pretty straightforward. Demographics pointed to a need for more recreation. Other service provider availability provided that recommended need, as well as aging facilities and limited services. So we recommend that we invest in those facilities based on some of the data that we found. Again, some of that community feedback also played into that thinking. That really filled in the gaps between the demographic information and really allowed us to understand the real nuances around recreational need. About 185 respondents participated in the online survey, and I think about 145 respondents participated throughout the course of the various public open houses. So we felt like we got pretty good response and pretty good participation in those activities. From that information, we were able to sort of derive what we think were the highest priority activities and amenities that might be considered in a new public recreation center. And those kind of follow very similar and very expected amenities, things like recreational and lap swimming pools, fitness amenities, gymnasium space, child sitting, for instance. Also things related to indoor sport and recreation like pickleball, volleyball, basketball. And so it wasn't a real shock when we saw sort of the findings come back that explained what the needs were that were being expressed. We also asked within the survey and within some of the public open houses what would be the level of support for a new recreation center. And as you can see, green being not important, blue being somewhat important, yellow being important, and powder blue being very important. Between very important and important, you start pushing a roughly 70 to 80% threshold. Now we have to take that with a bit of grain of salt. These were people who chose to participate in recreational surveys and recreational open house feedback, but it does show a general trend toward higher support. So the recommended site for the project is Dry Creek Park. And as you can see here, this is a conceptual layout of what that footprint of that size of project, a roughly 90,000 square foot rec center, might look like on that park site. Obviously, it's not an easy fit to sort of nestle it into that part of the property, but that really is based on recommendations or a focus on preserving as much naturalized and park area as possible. So as you can see, it's definitely a reasonable fit, but based on public feedback and a lot of the things we heard, things that really have to be considered are traffic mitigation, safe access, thoughtful parking, and making sure, again, that we understand that this is an active park that has passive and naturalized areas that need to be considered. So understanding that it's a location that has been part of the master plan for this park since 2008, so understanding how this might play out through conceptual planning and design is critical. So the recommended program for the facility includes this list of spaces, and as you can see, we are showing those spaces that were the highest priority needs. Things like recreational leisure pool, lap swimming pool, a warm water therapy pool, gymnasium, a large 3-court gymnasium, fitness center, group exercise spaces, multi-purpose meeting spaces and enrichment classrooms, a catering teaching kitchen, and then some of the supporting spaces for youth activities, child sitting, and then a senior activity area. So that's the full gamut of the program at just over 90,000 square feet. And that really aligns very closely with the needs assessment and feedback that we gathered. So based on that program, we developed, again, a very conceptual plan to test whether this facility could sort of fall together into this design on this site. And this shows you a possible option for how that might be organized. As you can see up in the top right corner, it also includes the idea of fitting a potential branch library into this complex if that becomes part of the plan. But it includes those amenities. At the entry level, it really includes all those community service type of spaces, child sitting, senior activity areas, youth areas, classrooms, and all of those things that sort of serve the general population for those passive uses. At the mid-level, as we kind of go downstairs, that becomes more of the sport area. That's the gymnasium. That would be also the teen activity center. That would be where we have some of our weights and strength training. And also our indoor playground. That's part of the plan. As you go down one level further, because this site sort of falls away pretty quickly, that's where you reach the aquatic level. That's where our locker rooms and all of our aquatic amenities are. But as you enter this building, every single lever that sort of cascades down the hill is visible from the level above. So we're overlooking the gym, we're overlooking that pool, and we're seeing all these activities unfold in front of us while we're looking out across the views. As you can see in this very preliminary, very draft conceptual rendering, but plenty of daylighting, wood, warm materials, integrated into the hill, integrated into the land, capturing those beautiful views to the west, and incorporating that program and that concept plan into the Dry Creek concept. So now the costs. based on that concept and based on the program, the area, and the type of amenities that we're building and our expertise in that type of market within Colorado, roughly $57 million worth of direct construction for the building, about $14 million of non-construction costs, and we've listed sort of what those include: design and engineering, equipping the building with furnishings and fixtures, and some contingency, also some recognition that there might be some escalation in there as well, and then all the miscellaneous costs that it costs to develop a project of this nature. And if you pull all that together, that brings you to that $72 million price tag. We also looked at an operational pro forma to ensure that we could afford to own, we could afford to build potentially. And we really looked at a balance of revenue and operational costs to arrive at what the difference would, or the subsidy might be, and the cost recovery. We targeted that 3-year cycle as kind of where a project of this nature sort of reaches its stride and really represents sort of the average of what the annual costs might be. And as you can see, the revenue, about $2.23 million, based on programs, admissions, passes, and rentals. Operational costs, this is driven by staff, payroll, maintaining the building, custodial costs, product supplies, and operations, for a difference of about $384,000 a year based on our estimates. And that's about an 85% cost recovery. And that's very close to in line with where Parks and Recreation sees facilities in Longmont performing on a regular basis. So that's basically the overview of the project, of the program, the concepts, the costs, and the feedback that led to this. So I'd love to open it up for questions. Or the tax slide, excuse me.
Are there any questions for the consultant?
Gotta wait too quickly. Yes, yes.
There. Thank you. When you showed us the concept plan of the building itself, I was wondering, because that's pretty, when you said you could overlook, can we save money on a different concept plan on that building? Or are we going with that concept plan of what that building looks like?
I would respond simply by saying that is just a preliminary concept to show how it might organize. I will say the farther the building spreads out on that site, particularly with some of the soil and grading issues, could get more costly. Stacking it could be potentially more efficient, but obviously we're sensitive to neighbors and other things that play into the way we think about design. So there's certainly more cost-effective ways to plan it, but that represents a functional and affordable method.
The one thing I do want to say about your presentation, when you had the different levels of participation in the survey, the different colors, and this is probably because of the way the survey was worded, but I would rather have first, second, third choices rather than not very important, or because those are very important to people who ran that survey. And the thing that caught my eye was the swimming you had put not very important. And our last foray into a rec center, the swimming part was overwhelmingly what we kept getting people at council constantly. So I was really surprised that that was put on a lower level and not, if you could go back to that slide.
I'd love to. Let's go ahead and I would point out, and again, based on the feedback, recreational swimming represents one of the highest preferences. That's the navy blue bar. The green bar, which represents competitive swimming, is the one that sort of met in the middle and aligned with more of a median preference. So neither of them were considered not important.
Yeah, they're not, they don't match. Okay, I do agree with the resident who said that we should have more than 6 lap lanes for swimming because, again, at our last big foray into this, that's what came to council on a weekly basis, is that we don't have enough lap lanes for competitive swimming for the amount of people who swim early in the morning, who swim late at night. I've had to wait at the rec center for lap lanes. And it's frustrating when you're in a time slot yourself. So I would really support that, but the rest of it I think is great, and I totally support the library annex, I'm gonna call it, with the community room, especially since other parts of our recreation departments are asking for more room. The senior center being one in particular they would love to have a building, but getting a community room for them to have their programs is much less expensive than a new brick and mortar building. So thank you very much for this.
So now, if you look at the recreation center, so you can see the numbers in fall of 2022. Sorry. Versus July of 2023. So you see the change in the project cost. When we look at the mill levy to cover the debt payment, the mill levy actually went down from 3.01 mills to 2.78. That's what we're seeing in the growth in the appraisal values and how we're looking at this. And then you also see a decrease in the sales tax to cover the operational component in terms of the recreation center. In terms of the library branch, new library branch could be part of the new recreation center. As you can see, if the ballot issue is not presented or does not pass, the wording of the ballot may be flexible enough to allow for acquisition or leasing an existing building to serve as the branch library. Ultimately, this is going to be council's decision when we get to the end as to whether or not you want to include it or whether you want to word the ballot to where it can stand on its own and be included. And you can see the options here. During the last conversation with council, when we talked about the preferred level of service for the existing library, we were really looking at the preferred level associated with the new branch. We hadn't included the number for a preferred level of service at the existing main library. And you will see that that's actually been included in this agenda item. So when you look at the library branch, you can see that the cost did increase, as I stated before, and you look at what the annual bond would be, but the mill levy to cover the debt payment was at 1.07. It has actually gone down to 1. When we look at the operating expenditures, the sales tax increase to cover that has decreased slightly from 0.11 to 0.09. The next column is where you can actually see the numbers associated with the library preferred level of services for the existing facility. That's at 1.85 million. In this one, because this is not necessarily including capital construction of the facility, we gave council two options. That could be 0.93 mils on the property tax or 0.06 on the sales tax increase, and we'll talk to council about that as we move to as we get to the end of the presentation. In terms of this, obviously the 45 million stayed on the Arts and Entertainment Center. You can see that it went from 2.12 mils down to 1.9. Now the sales tax increase to cover the operations did increase slightly based on the work we did from 0.07 to 0.09. One of the things that we wanted to talk about is in terms of location. We've obviously been talking about the Sugar Mill redevelopment. This is an option for an arts and entertainment center in the shed that is located on the Sugar Mill property. Here are some renderings in terms of what that can look like. And exterior and then interior renderings. Slight difference in this is that it's not just one facility, it's actually two different facilities in the structure. You can see the traditional arts and entertainment function on the top left, but on the bottom right, that's actually another facility on the south side of the building that can be used for practice performances or can also be utilized for concerts. Another series of, and I need to get the mouse so I can point to this. This is really the STEAM area, and so not to assume that all of this is an arts and entertainment center. This is actually the potential for a hotel, conference space, and then the arts and entertainment center will be down here on the east side of the property. This is again of a rendering. So here you see the dark blue color. That's actually the Arts and Entertainment Center here, conference space and hotel that was contemplated in this design. Obviously, a lot of questions regarding the YMCA Centennial Park. One of the things that I wanted to talk about in this is kind of once again reiterate, originally at Centennial Park, what we had at that location was basically saving the structure of the building, but going in and redoing the pool. As I indicated the last time we discussed this with council, we had an opportunity to come forward that I felt like I needed to bring to your attention. The YMCA was proposing a new pool, ice rink, affordable housing, childcare, and when we look at what council was saying, it was in terms of their goals. We thought we needed to bring this to your attention. The other thing that we saw when we were looking at the polling that we did is that there was data coming in that said people wanted more in this area of the community, and we thought this was an opportunity we could bring to your attention. Council did direct us to continue working on this. You obviously see some points in this that are different than the other projects, and that in order to do this, we're actually going to have to include language in the ballot initiative to convert the land. At the same time, when the land was given, we have to go to the HUD secretary. But perhaps the biggest issue was something that folks were talking about, that we wanted to really ensure that people could utilize this and residents of our community. So when you look at the fee structure that Jeff Friesner and Ben Wagner negotiated, you see that a non-resident, you see the non-resident fee structures, you see the fee structure for a recreation pass holder, and then you see what the residential cost will be. When we look at this, relative to what we have in our facilities, I would say that it's more expensive, but when you look at the fact that what you're really utilizing is an ice rink and a larger swimming pool, the operating costs associated with that are much higher. And so in talking to Ben and Jeff, you know, it's commensurate with what we charge based on what's in our facilities. But, you know, as we know from the last time we put this item on the ballot, those two facilities are the most expensive to operate in terms of recreation structures. You can get a sense of, again, this is a site layout where you do see one court, you see the ice rink, the pool. Obviously the yellow is where they're gonna have their fitness equipment. The pink is, I believe, early child care. There are conversations about also potentially locating a smaller library facility in there. But it depends on what the numbers look like. When you look at the next three slides, that's basically the second floor, which you do see, and the third floor, which you do see some Y facilities there, but the brown spots on this are actually, that's the affordable housing component. Once again, this is a preliminary design, so, but it was to give you a sense of what we're looking at. This is 100 affordable housing units. One of the things that's unique about this is that in doing this, as you will note from your council com, we actually proposed a land swap where if they were to do this, they would give the land on their existing site to the city. And as we indicated in the council com, that's really up to council in terms of how you would want to utilize that. But you could utilize it for attainable housing, affordable and attainable housing, or you could reserve it for other options. Just to the point on housing, and you'll hear this later, one of the biggest variables to overcome in terms of providing affordable housing is actually the cost of land. That is so high these days that it makes it almost impossible at times to hit certain price points. So that's an option that council has in terms of this project. One of the things that we're timing is, and I should have gone on this on the other slides, but you'll see it on the wrap up, is, you know, we also look at the property tax as potentially being sunsetted once it pays the debt off. So for the other city projects, we're looking at 20 years. In terms of this contribution of 12 million, that'll be about 2 mills, or, and this is another one where there's some options, or 0.14 on the sales tax, but that's only for 3 years because of the way the revenue is going to be generated, and it's fixed, and we're not necessarily issuing the debt. So here is basically a synopsis of what we're looking at in terms of all the cost. On this one, you can see the years of debt service and what the projected debt service is going to be. Obviously, in the projections, and Jim's not beside me, but they did use a fairly high interest rates based on where we're seeing interest today. You can actually see the mill levy increase. So when we look at recreation, library branch, arts and entertainment, that's a total of 5.68 on property tax and 0.29 on sales tax. I would say do not, when we look at, when we look at the YMCA and the library preferred service, that is for the existing facility, you have both options, and so we will want to work council through that to see what you want to do. We actually have something that they're working on where at the end of the day, based on your decisions, we can actually give you, here's what the overall mill levy increase will be. And then you can see the current tax rate. One of the things that you all have asked for and that others have asked for is, well, what does this really mean in terms of dollar amounts? And so you can see that this assumes the YMCA land swap and library preferred level of service funded through property tax. Obviously, if you choose a different direction, this will change. And we also wanted to point out this also increases the amount we put into the CARES program based on how council has directed us to create it. But at the end of the day, if you have a $300,000 home, the property tax increase will be $184, $500,000, $307, $700,000, $430. If you were to purchase $100 worth of taxable goods, that would be 0.28, that'd be 28 cents increase in the cost of that. So obviously if council directs us to put items on the ballot, it'll be much more specific showing this number, but we did want to give you a chance to see what those increases look like. So where we are is, does council want staff to prepare ballot initiatives for the new recreation center at Dry, and I'm probably just going to work you all through this one by one. So if we can start with question one, do you want staff to prepare a ballot issue for the new rec center at Dry Creek Park for the 2023 ballot?
So I'm going to open it up for discussion. Are there any questions from council on this first question? Councilor Martin.
I have a couple of questions that relate to what to the public brought up issues. First of all, I have heard from residents a lot of antipathy against the YMCA deal. I would first like to know, based on the access structure that was done in the earlier YMCA deal, do we know why it turned out that people didn't use the swim lanes that were available to them at the Y?
I am not sure on that. Obviously, it was, I think, before most of us. Ben, do you know?
Okay. The other question that I think is significant is that about the religious aspect of the service provided by the YMCA. In my limited experience with using YMCA facilities, I have found that in practice they're pretty secular. Is there going to be anything in the city's agreement with the Y that secularizes the access provided to city residents that are using the Y?
I would say that if that's something council wants us to put in, we can definitely put that in and put that as part of the agreement.
Councilor Martin, I just want to interrupt for a minute. Number 6 is where we're going to talk about that. He wants direction on number 1. That was the question.
Okay, this is just background that affected the decision for both, for me.
Oh, okay. So is it on number 1, do you want him to go ahead with that, yes or no? Whoops.
Sorry, I wasn't sure that you wanted direction. I would rather give direction after everyone has asked their questions.
Okay, so Harold, are you okay with that if we open everything up for discussion? That's great.
Can move through that.
On this one, I want everybody's questions.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So Harold, I had forwarded you a couple of questions and concerns that were brought to my attention. And one of them was around the, the mill levy sunsetting. How long would this burden, or I don't want to say burden, but this increased tax, and I think it was on slide 28, or was it might be this one.
Slide 27 is where we have that,
Yes.
Jim.
Yeah, no, I took the wrong picture. So it would be the property tax that would sunset, not the sales tax. So the sales tax, or would it be reverse?
I'm going to have Jim jump in, but.
Mayor Peck, members of council, so if we're talking just about the YMCA question?
No.
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 So then.
No.
So on any of the other projects, only the debt service ends in 20 years. The O&M continues. So whatever we use to pay the O&M, and what we've recommended here is sales tax for O&M, that wouldn't sunset. But whatever we use to pay debt service, it would not be needed beyond 20 years. So that would sunset.
Okay, so the tax after 20 years then would sunset. For the recreation library branch.
For the mill levy associated with the construction of it. So the
yes.
sales tax would not sunset because those are ongoing operational costs that never go away.
Yeah, okay. So, so I was really predominantly looking at the property tax.
Yeah, that would
impact.
sunset.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, just for clarification, these are going to be 3 different ballot questions? Or
So therein is another question for council.
Oh.
So council can choose to say, if council said, we want to put the recreation center and the library branch on the ballot, you can choose to combine those, or as you heard from the library advisory board, they recommended that you actually have separate ballot questions, but again, that's up to the council in terms of how you want to put those on.
Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. I do have a collection of questions that touch on several of the questions Harold was asking us, because my thought was, my response is it depends, right? To any of those. So, and I hate that because that's what attorneys say in response to every question.
Sorry,
but
Tim.
That's just the reality. So let me just try to understand. There was a comment made about the fact that we haven't had much public discussion about the YMCA proposal, and I think that's true. We haven't had much discussion. Just talk, Harold, about why we haven't had much discussion, about public discussion, or among ourselves.
Right, well, I think, one of the things, so when we started looking at these projects, the conversation really about Centennial Pool was the condition. As council may remember, a few years ago, it was closed for an extended period of time. And what I would say is, that's really a product of lack of ongoing maintenance on the facility. So we made the proposal to you all to look at a different use. And we knew that the Y was interested in some type of partnership, but we didn't know what it was. Literally the week that we were coming with the projects is, I believe it was on a Wednesday or a Thursday, Joni, where we had a meeting. And we immediately scrambled to change the council comm so we could bring this to your attention. One, because we thought it was important to, give council the opportunity to weigh in on that conversation. And that was because what we saw in some of the surveys in terms of amenities in north and east in traditionally underserved areas of our community, that was something that was coming out in the polling results. And when it touched on affordable housing, we also felt that was something that you all have been interested in for some time, and we wanted to present that option to you. So it was last minute.
let me just reframe that. It's been frustrating to all of us that we haven't had more public discussion. We had the council, or the Y proposal. We've been waiting, have we not,
Yes.
on kind of what the business plan is, what does a membership buy, what does it cost? What's
Correct.
the difference between a Y membership and
Mhm.
a city pass? And the numbers you showed us in one of your slides was an attempt to address that. $7, $5.
Correct.
Yes, yeah. So is it fair to assume that what I'm looking at here, or we're looking at in terms of city recreation pass holder, that 55762 would be cost in addition to
Correct.
what the pass gets access at no additional cost to the rec center currently?
Correct.
It would be that pass plus $5 at the Y.
Correct.
Is that the bottom line for the Y?
Yes, I think part of the difference is getting into the operating cost associated with it, because as you saw from the recreation feasibility study, we are subsidizing that operating cost as part of the ongoing revenue piece. And so that's how we were assuming going into this, was that there wasn't going to be any ongoing funding going into that Y project.
For operations?
Correct.
Yeah. So you mentioned earlier, so there's some of these that kind of hang together here for me. It's been a frustration. This is part of what's hung this up, as I understand it, in terms of not having had more public discussion, is waiting to hear from the Y about how we resolve this specific issue. You mentioned earlier, you tied COPs to sales tax. Did you mean to do that?
No, I didn't. COPs really is the way
didn't
we're
think
going
so.
to issue the debt, and then how the what tax
It's how we collateralize the debt.
Correct.
Through the COP. There's no connection between that and the
No.
sales tax. I just wanted to clarify. Number three, if we don't partner with the Y, understanding what these implications are, we're left then with a package, I assume. The rec package would be the rec center and courts. I mean, we're not $12 million. We've heard references, we've received emails.
Right.
The city should we should go our own way on the pool at Centennial, to replace the Centennial pool. $12 million doesn't buy us a pool.
No.
$12 million doesn't buy us a rec center. What we would do is take a step back to what the original plan was.
And we would probably say, I mean, $8 million gives you court space, and then whatever improvements you could make on it. But, you know, as we stated earlier, you start off kind of at 15 million, but then when you factor inflation, that very quickly shifts to 22 to 25. And so actually putting a pool in, unless council wanted to say we want to push that number to 25, 30 million, and then we add that to the ballot initiative. But I think when, you know, as we look at this, I mean, we're pressing in terms of the overall tax increase.
Yeah. So the decision we're going to end up making will be one where you may want to have to hold your nose if you'd vote for this based on those operating, or those fees, right? In order to close a deal to get a pool, with the understanding that long-term, we also get, how many acres at Lashley and Ninth? How many acres is there?
6 1/4, around 6 acres.
To help with our housing objectives.
Correct.
If we don't partner with the Y, do we have any idea what the Y's intentions are, plans are for their current facility?
They would probably, I guess, go back to the drawing board. I would assume they'd go back to the drawing board and see what they could do with that current location. Obviously, it would be different because the lack of investment coming in, or it would stay as is.
So we just haven't had that conversation.
No, I think what they've said is we would look at it, but I think you get into the financial reality of what can you really do.
Just coincidentally, I had a chance to meet with Chris Kirk the night before, the day before, you know, we had this conversation. And he was describing the other initiatives, the other projects they have going on in Sioux Falls and Casper and Colorado Springs, and what they want to do in Boulder. And it was pretty interesting as he described their interest in actually leveling a facility in Boulder and moving, I guess, further east and constructing a new facility for a pretty state-of-the-art, it looked to me like, facility in Boulder, that their intent, I thought, was to be way more aggressive in terms of the kinds of projects that they're doing in other places and that approximate what we're doing here. I just was curious.
Yeah, I think that's it. And you know, what they're trying to do in talking and looking at the pro formas on the housing side, obviously they're using the tax credit model on the housing side to also bolster the overall project. But when we talked about the financials to include ice and a pool, that's really what shifted it over in terms of the capital cost.
And you are not, or are you, proposing that we consider breaking this up into two different questions?
Breaking what up?
The Y project, the partnership with the Y, and a rec center at Dry Creek Park.
Yeah, we do have that as two separate questions in this, but council can choose to combine them if you want to.
Yeah, it's high risk either way.
Right.
My sense is it'd be higher risk if we break them up than if we combine them, just because of what the interest might be, but
And that's the policy direction
that's
from
a
you
judgment
all. I
call,
mean,
yeah.
we, you know, to the point, high risk either way, I think we could argue this both ways.
My last question has nothing to do with recreation, but does have to do with the Arts and Entertainment Center. Yeah, we held the $45 million constant, even though all the other projects we know, and what we know is that the inflation has affected those estimates as well.
Right.
Because that public-private partnership is a 45-35, right? There is, let's just tell me that I'm wrong here. If we hold that at 45 million and the public supports it, there is no freaking way that you're going to get that done for another $35 million.
I think that's going to be a challenge. To be frank, and you know, we on some of the designs we had some cost estimates, and you know, their choices are really going to have to come into play with these projects because you know the real number, you know, in 5 years could be 130 million, 140 million.
I understand that when we're talking about how long it takes to successfully complete the capital campaign. Personally, I'd rather be more realistic on what we think the estimates are now and understand that they're going to inflate, than put us in a position where there's just no way you can get it done. Even if the public votes for it, we're not going to sell the first bond until the capital campaign's successful. So there's no risks for that, you know, in terms of spending or bonding money that's not going to get spent or spent well. So there's no risk to the public and there's no risk to the city. But it leaves it in a strange kind of a limbo. Personally, I'd rather say, what's the estimate, what's the inflated version of that? And then put that number out there and give us a chance to look at that. And if there's an inflated number for the 35 million, we ought to talk about that as well. But even if you hold that constant, to say where do you get with that total, so at least you can, given what the current realities or current estimates, that you could actually fund the kind of center that we'd like to see developed in Longmont.
You know, just based on what I'm seeing, I would say that if you wanted that, you're probably going to need to raise the 45 somewhere near 80.
Okay. Well, to have $45 billion of authorization and know that, so it's like a so what, which is where we could end up.
Yeah.
I'm not certain that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think it depends on the broader, what we could say is it depends on the broader funding and how you look at it in terms of the public-private. I mean, there's another layer to this. So when you look at the one off in Steam where it had a hotel, a convention center, you know, that broader deal could potentially allow you to manage your cost in a different way. I think in the sugar mill, the same thing is in play. You know, the challenge is we just don't know because those deals haven't matured to say, here's how we think it can work.
I guess the worst fear would be we put it out, the public supports it, we get 5 years down the road and we go, to build what you could afford to build, it wouldn't be satisfying to anybody, right? It would be a disappointment to everybody who worked hard to pass it and to do the capital campaign, et cetera. I'd rather take a more realistic view of the cost personally. Thanks for allowing me the time.
I also want to talk about the why, because in the council comm, Harold, if I interpreted it correctly, you said in the land swap with why you would like to use all of the land that we would get on 9th and Lashley for housing. Is that correct?
I think we gave you a few options. So one, we said you could use it for attainable housing. Another was you can use it for a combination of attainable and affordable. Another was council could reserve it.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
So we had just different options. I mean, ultimately, it's up to how council wants to use that land.
So here's my question. When you and I sat down with Chris Coker a year ago, and his idea that he brought to us was that he was going to keep the corner land where the Y is right now and keep that rec center, maybe beef it up a bit in the swimming pool, but he was going to use the rest of the land for affordable housing. He was going to keep that rec center. And that, because the garden that's there, people came to me and said, you know, the rumor is this garden's going to go away, and that's where the housing was going to go, along with the other housing that was there, and beef up the childcare, et cetera, but not demolish that building. So my suggestion is, in the land swap, why don't we keep that rec center and pool? Because it would solve a couple of problems. First of all, the Y would be separate from the city's rec center and pool. It would solve the problem of having another rec center and pool on the east side of town, which we are eventually going to be asked to do. And it would be a much less expensive project than it would be in 10 or 15 years. It would also be available while we're constructing the rec center on Clover Basin. Is there any reason why we would demolish that building and use all of it for housing? Because I think in a way we shoot ourselves in the foot on that.
I think a few things. One, when you look at the amount of land in 6 acres in terms of what you can build, that's going to be a piece in it, because if you want to do for sale housing, you would almost be focused in on doing some kind of rental housing versus for sale, just because of the acreage that comes into play. So that would make some decisions for you. I think in terms of duplication of services, that may exist as well. The one thing that we don't have is that we would have to figure out what a sales tax increase would be, because we would have to absorb the operating cost associated with doing that. So there would be an additional tax increase associated with that.
Did he ever tell you why they changed their mind on doing that?
No, that was just kind of what they presented to us, and so
I'd be curious as to why they changed their mind.
I think it's space. I think space was a big issue in terms of how it was situated.
There's so many questions on the why. We don't have enough information. We don't know what the costs are going to be. I would propose that we not put it on the ballot this year. So, Councilor Waters. I'm sorry, Martin.
Well, I was going to come to the opposite conclusion. I think the reason for not keeping the old Y Recreation Center is because it's like the reason we're not considering keeping Centennial Pool. Why trade one aging, difficult to maintain pool for another? At some point, aquatic facilities age out of utility. And I think that must be the main point here. We have two sentiments from the public. One is that recreation should be enhanced on the northeast-ish side of town as opposed to on the far west side of town. The other one is I guess that's the only one, really. That there's the cost matter. The Dry Creek Park facility costs 6 times as much as what the investment in the YMCA would cost. I recently had breakfast with the optimists, who were not optimistic at this breakfast. They told me that they are living in terror of this ballot because they are afraid that the young people of Longmont are going to vote them into property taxes that they can't possibly afford. And so I actually think we should take the Y deal, which satisfies some of the housing needs that we're going to learn about and also the recreation needs that we have. Maybe we consider negotiating a little bit more on the access as well as details like the secularization. And we reserve the Dry Creek site for another couple of years until 25 or 26. And the reason that we want to do that is that the public doesn't have the appetite for this many amenities all at once, and we don't have any control over who the winners and who the losers are going to be. So that's my direction for both of those. I expect to be in the minority, but nevertheless, that's what I believe based on listening to my constituents. You know, it's not a popular position, but I think it's a prudent one. The other thing that I'd like to just point out, which is not direction, but we keep talking about inflation being on the increase. And while property may still be on the increase, nationwide inflation has been on the decrease for all of 2023. So, you know, I don't want us to be acting on economic expectations that are not current.
So now what do you want from us, Harold?
So part of, just to answer some questions, part of our how we've looked at inflation is actually what we're seeing come in real time on our projects. And so that's the guide that we're using. I think ultimately, you know, when we go back to, you know, the series of questions here, you know, one of the things that, why did all this start? Well, if you remember, we talked about, we were in the midst of the library feasibility study. At the same time, we had folks coming in wanting us to do more with recreation. Since then, we've had another number of other departments that have said we want more. And when we were talking to you all about this, and if you remember what I talked to you all about at the last session about where do we sit financially and what's taking the funds, you know, what we basically said is that there was really no way for us to incrementally step into this and create these projects based on what was eating our financials. And, you know, to put some perspective on it, we lost, Joni, what was it, or Jim, what was it on the building projects, the rehab projects for Civic Center and public safety and, or not lost, but what did we have to use in terms of lost capacity out of the public improvement fund? What did we bond total? Yeah. So to kind of give you some perspective, we invested 30 million into just rehabbing city facilities that, had we not had to rehab, could have been available for some of the other projects. And so, you know, when we were talking about this, we said, you know, there was conversations about library districts and these other issues, and we floated the idea of what about a tax like this? You all have obviously pared this down. You know, this really is the policy direction for you all in terms of what do you want to include, what do you want us to include. And so you could say we want you to include the library and the rec center, and that's it. And here's the operating expenses. You could say the arts and entertainment, the library, and the rec. You know, we're really at the point now from a timing perspective that I think it's your policy direction now.
Okay, so let's just start down at Councilman Waters' end over there. Can we just go through these? You can go through all of them at once or one at a time? Oh, yes, I don't even see him. Councilor McCoy. let me rephrase that so that, make sure I heard you correctly. You support number 3, which is to combine the recreation center and library question. You support number 5, to prepare a ballot issue for the new art and entertainment center, contingent on fundraising efforts. Councilor McCoy, does that include, when you're talking about fundraising efforts, the possibility of having it at Sandstone Ranch in that development? I don't mean Sandstone. I mean Sugar Mill. Okay, so those fundraising efforts include the possibility of the Sugar Mill area as well, and take number 6 off of the ballot. Don't put it on the ballot until we get more information. Okay, thank you. Now we'll turn it over to Councilor Waters. Whoops.
Just making a point of order, if, okay. What I was saying was that this is going to result in direction that, from the council, that's going to be extremely hard to follow. I would prefer, if the mayor is willing, that we should start and go all the way across the dais on number 1, and then go all the way across on number 2, and so on. And I think that'll be much easier to understand. We can let Councilmember McCoy say his pieces again, but could we please go across?
Councilor McCoy already gave us a direction, and you got it. It was 3, 5, and no on 6.
I think based on his direction, he's saying yes to the recreation center at Dry Creek Park and the library branch, but combining the two and doing them at Dry Creek Park, and doing the ballot for the arts and entertainment, and then if the numbers shift in the future, we can bring a subsequent initiative back once that is more baked and numbers are in hand. The only question I would ask Councilmember McCoy is, where do we sit on the preferred level of service for the existing library operations? Okay. Wants to hear others' opinions on the preferred level of service, so.
All right, I'll take Councilor Martin's suggestion. Let's start with Councilor Waters.
So we're just addressing number 1. Yeah, I support putting a question on the ballot this fall to build a new rec center at Dry Creek Park. If the related, are we addressing the related question about library at this point, or?
No. We were going to, but.
Then I'm going to support, I'm going to vote yes when the time comes, if I get to, for number 1.
Marcia?
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I expect to be outvoted, and I am reluctant because I understand that this is popular, but 40% of us are seniors. And so I'm going to reluctantly say that we should keep our Dry Creek Park promise at some point, but we should try it again in 2025.
Yes, with more lap lanes, preferably 10.
Yes to number 1. But Mayor, I would like an opportunity to weigh in on what I heard from our Library Advisory Board before people vote on that one.
Okay.
Yes on number 1.
Okay. Counselor Yarbrough, you want to start on number 2? We'll just work backwards.
Yes. I also want to, I think I want to hear what Counselor Hidalgo Faring want to, because she is actually the liaison for the library board, so I would like to hear what she has to say.
Great. Counselor Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we had, our meeting was actually last night, so there was a very robust conversation around priorities and recommendations from the advisory board. And, you know, I think going back to the feasibility study, they often referenced the outcomes of the feasibility study and that commitment to, from council as well as the city to get to that preferred level of service at our main library, as well, you know, as for our residents as well. You know, I think the library is utilized. We've had, we got some numbers back on just what their, you know, their circulation numbers, you know, the circulation of numbers in Longmont, 514,000, compared to all of the library, our older branches, library branches, which is 545,000, so it's a little bit above. So our little library is circulating a lot of materials. It is very popular. There's so much more that we could do with programming for our residents, and you know, and looking at what the staff has done with so little. I think, you know, we owe it to our residents and we owe it to our library staff to really prioritize and get us to that preferred level of service. So yeah, their recommendation was to keep the ballot initiatives separate so that residents could really prioritize what they, you know, if for a resident, if it's one or the other, you know, I know that it's kind of pitting departments against each other, but they really felt that they wanted the library to be its standalone. So that one was heavily discussed, as well as what would be the staffing impacts if we do not adequately finance the library, and what's that going to do? I mean, we're seeing, you know, with other departments that we have, you know, the population increase, there's the need is growing. So we need to make sure that we have that funding source available for our library staff who's going above and beyond. I mean, they're accomplishing great stuff.
So let's combine 2, 3, and 4 here. Okay. They're all about the library, so we can just go right through those. And let's start again with Councillor Yarbrough.
So I would say, since the library want to, yes on number 2, does council want to combine the recreation center and library questions? Did they want that? Okay, everything's separate. But I really think that it would be nice to have a library on the other side of town as well, because we only have the one. This is very challenging. So you say 2, 3. Why when it come to me, I gotta choose 3?
Well, they're all about the ballot. So if you want a library, I'm not about the ballot. They're all about the library. Oh my gosh, I'm losing it.
I'm sorry, man.
So if you want a ballot, if you want a library branch on the ballot, do you want it to be combined with the recreation center, or do you want it to be a standalone branch?
Well, it's a standalone question. That doesn't mean that it's not with the recreation. We can still combine it with the recreation center. It just means that they're voted on separately. That way, if one passes and one fails, they're not. That, I think, is what we're talking about.
Oh, it is?
Oh, okay.
I didn't understand that either.
Okay. Okay, so yes for number 2, and I would love for us to have another standalone library. And should the ballot contain the preferred level of service for the existing library? Is that not number 2?
No. Let me take you back to what's going on, Sandy. It's not working now. Oh, you just leave him on there. So, yeah, I've got to move him. So there's 2 questions. So when we put the library branch on here at 25.7 million, we also included 2.6 million in ongoing cost, which is the preferred level of service at the new library branch. The preferred level of service for the existing facility here was not put into the ballot initiative. And so that, based, as we were, I believe it's Councilmember Waters that asked the question about preferred level of service, when we were in budget discussions, there was $1.8 million in budget requests for the preferred level of service at the existing facility. So we put that on to say, does council want to include this in the ballot initiative? And so basically what that means is we're shifting the entire library system to the preferred level of service.
Yes, we need preferred level of service. So what did I say? Yes, yes, yes?
You said yes, no.
Oh, yes, no, yes.
Yes, no, yes. And let me go back. You said,
Sorry for the confusion.
you said yes to putting the library on it, no to combining it, yes to the preferred level of service on the existing library.
All righty. Thank you.
Okay, so yes to number 2, no to number 3. I'd like those questions, I'd like to see those questions separate. And then yes to number 3, the preferred, or 4, sorry, 4.
Can you hear me? Mayor, do you want to? So 2, 3, 4, all yes. Okay. Did you get that?
Yeah, so one of the questions that just hit me, and I don't, Councilmember Waters, are you the liaison to the Recreation Advisory Board? I think you may have dueling recommendations from 2 different advisory boards. Where's Ben? What did the Rec Advisory Board say? Okay. So I did want to point that out because I think that was missing in the conversation. I just couldn't remember. I think the rec board did want them combined. So you have library board wanting them separate, rec board wanting them combined.
You're talking about all 3 library?
Question 4, or question 3.
So here's why I was confused on question 3. When we first brought this up, I said that in order to be within Vision Longmont of bikeable, walkable neighborhoods, and because there are lottery funds to to help fund an attached library branch to a recreation center as an extension. That's the way I read that question. Do you want a library, do you want a rec center with a library extension on it? That's the way I read that.
Okay.
So to, yeah, so I want to combine those two. And so it's no, yes, yes for me. Number 2, no. Number 3, yes. Number 4, yes. See, I read it totally different. 3 yeses.
Yes, no, yes.
Oh, in the Longmont Housing Authority meeting that just preceded this, we saw a proposal, a nearly baked proposal for putting a branch library in an affordable housing construct.
No, it was early childhood.
Oh, you're right. There was in an earlier version of it, there was the idea of a branch library there that fell out because we couldn't come up with funding for it. Nevertheless, the concept remains that you can put a branch library any place that you've got a few hundred square feet. And I've lived in places where that is the way that library access has been expanded. So what I would like to vote for is a preferred level of service for all library facilities in the city without specifying how it's configured as buildings. And I think of these questions, the closest is yes, no, yes. But maybe when we see what else the public votes for, we decide where we can most optimally spend our library money.
Yeah, I support putting a library question on the ballot. Whether or not it's combined with the rec center, I wish we had polled that question. Well, then let's review the polling data, because I appreciate the recommendations from both advisory boards, and they have interest that they'd like to serve or objectives they'd like to accomplish. For me, it's just a political calculus, and our public would have best inform whether or not we combine that. I would rather put those questions on the ballot in any way that optimizes the likelihood that they both pass. Now, if that means combining it, I would say to the library board, then I'm going to support that if that's the most likely. But I don't know that that's the case. So I guess it depends on which is the most likely to succeed with the public. Number one, number two. I have advocated for the preferred level of service since we did the first feasibility study. To take a step backwards on that now would make no sense to me. I'll be disappointed no matter what happens with the ballot, with the expansion question. Will we have a separate question in terms of preferred level of service because it's going to be a sales tax rather than a property tax?
We can do either, and I'm going to come back to that question.
I would hate to lose the preferred level of service because we didn't get the capital investment approved. I don't think anybody in town questions what everything that Councilmember Hidalgo-Fehring said about our library staff and what an extraordinary job they do. And the library's been understaffed and under-resourced for a long time. So again, whatever way increases the likelihood, Harold, of that question being approved by the public is what I would prefer. Did I answer the 3 questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to number 5. A quick yes or no. Councilman Waters, you can start.
This is whatever down here.
Yes. Counselor, whatever.
That's right. It came from an earlier meeting today, so. I'm going to support putting this question on the ballot. I would be even more supportive to put it on at a number north of 45, understanding what the implications are in terms of mill levies, to avoid the high likelihood that we get to the place where there's not enough money, even at $45 million, even if we go to the steam area as opposed to the sugar beet factory. Even with $35 million added, they're simply not going to get the job done in a way that anybody's going to be proud of. So I'd rather be a little more aggressive with that number. But I'm going to support, whatever the number is, I'm going to support putting it on the ballot.
Counselor Martin.
I support putting this on the ballot no matter what. However, I support putting it on at 45-35 because the sugar mill opportunity has not been discussed with the public yet, but it would represent a large economic advantage for an advancement for the city if it happens, and opportunities for raising additional funds from a third or fourth party to augment that building before it starts, before construction starts. And so that's why I think we should commit seed money, more than seed money, half the funds now, and realize that all along that we're going to have to be doing more development on the concept, but realizing that there is no construction and no new taxes for at least 3 to 5 years. And I'm thinking it's more likely to be 5. So given that there are no immediate taxes, I don't see any reason for mucking with the numbers that we surveyed now. We'll have to muck with them eventually.
So I do want to clarify something. Previous direction that you all have given us is 45-35 with a 5-year window to raise the 35 million. They haven't raised it, so obviously the taxes won't be in place, but then that takes care of that.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
The deal as surveyed is what I most favor.
Okay.
Yes. Now we're at number 6. So we'll start with Counselor Yarbrough. Sean, oh, there you are. I didn't see you had said yes on 5 before.
Yep.
Okay. Counselor Yarbrough, number 6. Does council want staff to prepare a ballot issue for the YMCA partnership and land swap for the November 2023 ballot? I'm sorry, what? We're on number 6. I read the question. That's okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I would love to have this on the ballot, but there are some things that I feel like we need to discuss a little bit more. And I know time is of essence, and I think it is a great opportunity as far as having affordable housing. And but there are some things that I think I feel like I kind of missed before this question got here. Like, I thought we would talk a little bit more about it, and I don't know if the community has really had enough information about this as well. And for me, when we were looking at the fees and everything, me personally, and I think Councilor Hidalgo Faring, when we proposed the dome, we wanted our people, our youth, to not have to pay to utilize the services in our city. And I know it's minimal fee, but personally, I mean, I really want to stand by that, and I know that being in partnership with the YMCA, that may be a little more challenging. But in that area, in that neighborhood, I wish we could somehow, I don't know if we can, but not charge our youth. We want to provide more opportunities for our youth to be able to go to the rec center and hang out, or not, just go swimming, or utilize the services there, even if they don't have money. And I think we owe that to our youth. There's not enough for them to do as it is. So for me, I have to say no on this until we can, and maybe everybody else will say yes, but for me, I would say no to not putting this question on the ballot, because I feel like we need to hash out more about the fees and what exactly this look like. This is an amazing proposal, amazing opportunity of the plans that we looked at, but I'm thinking about our youth. And that was the whole reason why Councilor Hidalgo Farron and myself wanted to have a multi-purpose unit or place for our kids and our youth. So for me, that's a no.
Yeah, I think at this point, with the information we're given and just that lack of public opportunity for public to weigh in on this, as well as have questions answered, I don't feel like we're ready to put this on this November ballot. So I'm going to say no. I really love the concept. I love the idea, and hopefully we can negotiate something that would allow for 18 and under. You think about $5 per use, if kids are going there every day after school, that adds up. So, if there's something we can negotiate or look at in a different way, or tap into grants, or, I don't know, get creative, work your magic.
And I think I would add, if council says we're interested in this, but we need more time, that's a perfectly reasonable answer on this, and we can keep working at it, but on a pace to bring more information to you. Again, as I stated, this was something that did hit last minute, and we just felt like we had to tell you.
Thank you for that, Harold. That's exactly what I think, that we need more time, we need more information. If a resident asked me what this meant when it was on the ballot, I would not be able to answer them correctly, give them any valid answers. So, yes, no to number 6. Sean. Okay, so Councilor McCoy basically voiced what we did about we need more time. He likes the concept, and he would like a little more flexibility with our youth using the facilities. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm a yes, actually.
Councilor Martin.
Yeah, I think I am a yes, and I don't think, I mean, what the ballot needs to be doing is coming up with the $12 million. I have a question for the city manager. Do you expect that if we don't come up with the $12 million in this ballot time frame, that the Y deal will go away as proposed?
I think it's hard to say. What was driving the time frame is really going and getting the tax credits for the housing, which would mean that if you put it on the ballot this year, then you can apply for the housing tax credits next August. If you put it at a later date, there's a year lag. So it was really the housing tax credits that I think was driving them. There's some things that we just, Don't know. We don't know what the financial picture is going to be like for next year. I mean, we're still working through issues, and so I think it would delay the housing and when they can apply for tax credits. That's really the issue.
But that's something we could, deal with, just as I think several people have already pointed out, we could separately seek grant money to provide youth passes to any amenity in this city, and should be thinking in those terms. I don't think that should weigh for or against anything that is a building to be built. I think that the Y proposal, the only thing that bothers me is that I don't think 1 and 6 can both pass. I think that they play against one another. And I think 6 is a better deal for the city. So I guess since everyone has already voted yes on 1, I'm going to go with everybody else and vote no on 6 with extreme reluctance.
Are you changing your vote on 1 to yes because you said no earlier?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Councilor Waters.
Well, this, as I listen to the discussion and as I think about the proposals, it just feels to me like it's subtraction by addition. We're going to put a $65 million facility in a part of town that deserves it, but we're going to shut down a pool in a part of town that is underserved. We're going to close down a facility that serves the very population we're talking about wanting to serve. And to think that we wouldn't be creative, or whoever is the next council creative enough to figure out how to fund or offset the cost for kids, I think is short-sighted and limited in terms of perspective. So I think this one has no chance of passing if it's not tied to the rec center on the southwest side of town. And I think the message to the Let's Get Physical group in town is get out there and hustle your legs off and make certain both of these pass. And the council's job is to work with grantors to make certain the kids, and whoever else that can't afford it would be able to have the passes that they need. I think for $12 million to pass on this, and frankly, I'd be shocked if the YMCA was waiting on us. They got way too many other opportunities to do exactly this in municipalities across the country. So if this is a pivotal moment for Longmont on a number of counts, this would be one of them, and this is going to be a missed opportunity as far as I'm concerned. And I understand, I've heard the comments tonight, and I've read the email correspondence about, this isn't fully baked, and I'm certain it's not, but I'm equally certain we wouldn't spend a single dollar in tax money on a facility that isn't fully baked, that we haven't worked out the issues with the Y. And I'm confident that we have a staff that would put that together with the folks who would be equally competent bring their best thinking and proposal to the city staff. So I'll be disappointed if we don't put them both on the ballot and they're not part of the same question, and we're not creative enough to figure out how to make certain that kids are well served, because they sure as heck aren't going to be well served when we shut down the pool and give them a court to play on. So if that's what we care about, then that's what we ought to put in our money where our mouth is.
Councilor Yarborough.
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding, you said that if we needed some more time, that if we said we needed some more time to understand more about before we put this on the ballot, that's what you asked, right?
No, I said if you all need more time, we can see if we can keep developing it. I think there's multiple time, there's another time constraint in that we have to call the question in August. And so that's a different time constraint that's come into play in this one. So based on your questions, I think what we could say is, again, if you want to put 12 million, you can put it contingent upon receiving the tax credits and developing the agreement. The city would never be obligated to actually, Jim, we wouldn't have to start it right away, would we? Yes, so that's a challenge too, because we would need, to Jim's point, we don't know when we need it. So we'd have to start the tax right away, which, you know, those are the that's the push and pull in this.
Yeah, because I'm not saying that I don't want the question to be on the ballot. I think I need more information. So that's what I was saying. And I thought that when I said that you said that we can, if we just needed more information, we can hold off until we get more information. Because I'm with the mayor. If I really don't know that much more besides what we talked about today, and I know the initial conversation, but there's a little bit more that I feel like I need before I can answer an email or talk to a resident in the community more about this. So I get the time constraint because you said that August is the time frame.
What's the date? For this election, August is the time frame. I mean, we could, you know, bring it back at a future election, or we could try in 2 weeks to answer the questions that you all want and keep it there, although we will have to put staff to writing the ballot language, because we'll have to come with ballot language and present the information, right? Do we not have 2 weeks? Are we bringing it next week? No, right, but what was the date in August that we're?
Legal certainty is absolutely.
It was mid-August. Takes 2 readings. August 15th?
So Harold, there's no meeting on the 1st as part of it. And then August 8th would have to be the first reading of the ballot issues. So,
correct.
Yeah, so there's not 2 weeks.
Unless you do about what?
Or Tabor, it's 2 readings. Yeah. So that's the challenge in terms of the timing.
I don't know, why is there no meeting on the 1st?
I think you all canceled that. And,
Oh, that's right, 5
and you had people going back to school, and I think that was part of what you all said in not having the meeting on the 1st. Yeah.
Yeah, it's time. Sean McCoy, Councillor McCoy. Okay, so the question came up about August 1st, that we canceled that, or we didn't have a meeting because there were 5 weeks in the month. Is there any way that if we did discuss this on August 1st, that we could get it on the ballot?
August 8th is really the day to get it on the ballot, so we could prepare ballot language for you all. If you all could give us all of your questions regarding this,
okay,
we can have the answers on the 8th, and then you can make the decision. So, I mean, that's fine. I think what I would need is really questions coming into the three of us so that we can make sure we're answering those questions.
Okay, that seemed to be the consensus, is that we just didn't have enough information
Okay.
to be able to talk to our residents. So can we just by consensus say, yes, we will email questions about this YMCA land swap, and you prepare ballot language for that, taking into consideration our questions, and then we can look at the language and decide at that time if that's what we want to go forward with.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Will that work?
Well, the other question that I would have for you all that we do need to know, I mean, because I've heard we haven't really had the conversation, but I would take you back to, do we want to combine number 6 with number 1?
That's a good question. Will on the ballot one outvote the other? I mean, are people going to vote for both of these? And that's a good question. Is it worth trying? Is it worth putting on the ballot to see? So with our questions to council, make that a yes or a no in your questions. That.
So I'm going to say
you
we
wanna
probably
vote.
need to know the answer now because
Okay.
we have to get the attorneys working on the ballot language, and so
Okay. So.
Jim's going to jump in.
Okay, great.
Mayor, members of council, I'm not going to stand here and say we can't do it. I am going to say it's going to be complicated. We got to put our heads together on this because it's 2 separate sales tax increases because one of them is ongoing and one of them sunsets, unless I can figure out a different way to handle that. Or then it's 2 separate property tax increases, that one of them is ongoing, they sense at different times. So, I mean, it's just gonna be 3 different tax questions in one ballot potentially,
That's going to be confusing.
But we need to think about it and see if there's another way to handle that, but that's a possibility there,
Okay, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I would just like to clarify some the options that council has. I am also persuaded by part of Dr. Waters' argument that it should be on the ballot, and that we can figure out the youth access separately from the ballot. What I want to say is, after we've seen the ballot language, this vote is really proceed with the ballot language. It's not put it on the ballot. So we have 2 opportunities to say no to any of these.
Correct.
We can say no on the first reading on the 8th, or we can say no on the second reading on the 22nd. So we really have a lot of time to get our act together and figure out what we want to do on each of these 6 questions. And so therefore, I'm yes on 6.
I see Tim and Jim Golden both thinking, oh my gosh.
I think you all said yes on 6. I think we're back to
Questions.
Is 6 and 1 combined? And I think I've
You heard me say, if you can, we should. Just because of the politics of it.
But I don't think that any of us should be ashamed of our opinions up here or what we want.
Yeah, I just need
Yeah.
to know how you all want it.
Okay, who wants to weigh on this? Councilor Yarbrough? No, I'm sorry, Hidalgo Ferry.
Okay, yeah. Keep them separate. It sounds like it's going to be a complicated ballot initiative if they're combined. I think it would be better to separate.
You know what they just told me? They said they'll draft it both ways, so we don't have to force the decision, and then we'll
Thank
bring it back to you. They're the ones doing the work on the drafting, and so when they said they can do it both ways, we'll just bring it both back.
Okay.
I was trying to streamline
Yeah.
process for you.
Councilor McCoy is shaking his head yes, so I think that he agrees. Okay.
So one last question.
Okay, bring it on.
In terms of now the library preferred service and the YMCA, you have two options. You can do it on the property tax or you can do it on the sales tax.
Councilor Martin. Mr. Golden.
One more time. So, Mayor, members of council, but my recommendation is that we do O&M with a sales tax versus a property tax.
Okay.
So that's what we're trying to be consistent with all of those recommendations in that effect. The why, it's your call, but I would recommend that the library preferred service be a sales tax.
Okay. Is there a consensus and agreement up here?
Yeah, my
Okay.
light's on, but yeah.
Okay. Do we need to make a decision on the taxing portion of YMCA tonight, or do we, for the ballot language, or? So, property or sales? Anybody up here have a comment? Councilor Martin and then Councilor Waters.
Sales.
Councilor Waters.
Review, or have you review quickly. I think I heard, I don't know if it's Jim or Harold, but that the part of the rationale for a sales tax on the 12 million is that you would service, or you would, how would I say this? You would settle up with the Y more quickly with the sales tax in a shorter period of time than we would by amortizing or collecting over a 20-year or 30-year period of time.
Mayor Peck, members of council, we could do it either way in the same time period, or if we wanted to do it faster, we would just set it at a higher rate. I arbitrarily set it at 3 years, figured that would be, not raising the rates.
That's what I
too
heard,
much.
the 3 years, you could
right.
pay off the 3 years or the 12 million in 3 years, as opposed to a property tax over, I guess you could set it for a shorter period of time.
Same thing,
They're
property
both
tax for 3 years to get 12 million, it's just 2 mils versus
Got
so
it,
much.
got it.
So it'll work the same way.
All right, I guess in that case, I'd favor the property tax way, so if that's the option.
And we need the O&M on the library preferred service, is that correct?
No, you've already said yes to sales tax.
Right,
on the, yeah.
that's what I meant. That's why the sales tax is a better option there. Okay, so now we need, I guess, a consensus on how do we want to fund the 12 million? Do we want it to be property tax or for 3 years? Mm-hmm. Oh. But I didn't know that the rest of us said property. Did we? I know, that's what I'm asking. Down the line. I want to know.
On property.
Thank you. Property.
Sean, sales, or Councilmember McCoy.
I was asking everyone.
Sales. Five, property, 2, sales tax. If I can review everything really quick based on what I have. Sandy, you and Joni helped me with this one. Everyone said yes to the rec center. Yep. Everyone said yes to question 1, except no. 6 said yes to question 1, 1 said no to question 1. In terms of the library, everyone said yes to question 2. In terms of question 3, I have McCoy saying yes, Waters saying yes, Mayor Peck saying yes to combining them. And then I have Martin, Rodriguez, Hidalgo, Farian, and Yarborough saying no. Is that right? So 4-3 to say no combining. And question 4, I have all yeses. No, she said yes, preferred level of service. On question 5, I have everyone saying yes, with Councilmember Waters saying would like to see a higher number, but everyone else said 45, 30, keep it at what it is. Is that correct? Yep. And then question 6, where we are is need more information. You all are going to send that information to us with specific questions. We're going to prepare ballot language for it to be on as an individual item or combined with item number 1. Correct. Library sales tax, YMCA property tax. All right.
If it wasn't the end of the meeting, I'd want a break.
It's not the end of the meeting.
Well, it's close. It's close. I know.
Oh, we got one more question. Is the preferred level of service for the existing library, do you want to combine that with the existing library question for the expanded facility? I think my recommendation would be it makes sense because it's all library based on having a separate question.
Yes, for me on the existing library.
Yep. Okay.
Yes, for everybody.
Thank you.
I did want to say that on the number 1, I had said with extended lap lanes or additional lap lanes. I'm the only one who said it, but. Okay. 5-minute break.
Okay, I'm seeing a thumbs up. Thanks, Councilmember McCoy. You see that. Very good, thanks.
Welcome back. We're ready to get started again. So we have one study session item left, and it is the Inclusionary Housing Program 2022 Annual Report. Who is, hello,
I'm down here,
Molly.
today.
Okay.
We're gonna have a seat. So good evening, mayors and council members. We're here to do a number of things related to affordable housing tonight. First, we're going to do a quick look at our annual report for 2022 on the inclusionary housing side. And then we're gonna just give an informational update, and then we're gonna bring in the stars of the show that I'll introduce here shortly to talk about our housing needs assessment and our inclusionary housing fee in lieu option. So here's exactly what I just said. Here's our outline of what we're gonna do tonight. So I just wanna make sure that I note that we'll pause at the major stopping points for questions. Moving into our annual report. So typically, in prior years, we've given you our progress, our annual progress, but I've also included a housing market data snapshot. We're going to skip that for tonight because we're migrating over to the data that was put together by Root Policy Research. So it's gonna look a little bit different this year and possibly ongoing as we change into a data dashboard as our primary reporting mechanism. So here's our figure that we've used the last several years for our unit generation goal. I'm gonna move Councilor McCoy out of the way. There we go, not figuratively. I'm sorry. Oh, that's better, thank you. In 2022, we had our highest unit generation in 1 year that we've had since the start of our annual tracking in 2003, even though we've been generating units since the 1990s. We had 245 affordable rental units created, no for sale units this year, and the creation mark is really that construction completion in this count. And then we lost one for sale deed restricted unit because that deed restricted expired this year from the prior inclusionary zoning program. Of those 245 units, 3 low-income housing tax credit projects delivered 219 of them, and 2 market rate projects delivered 59 IH units on site. The annual average since 2017, about 6 years ago, has been 101 deed restricted units generated per year. And that does include units that are formally deed restriction under our IH program, and also units that are anticipated to remain affordable because they're restricted by some other mechanism like a land use restriction through that LIHTC program. On average, we need to generate 208 units per year between 2023 and 2035 to make our goal of 5,400 affordable units. Our annual generation anticipated for the next 3 years is averaging at 127 units per year. So we really do need, we have a lot of tools working to get this going, but we need more tools at our disposal to meet our goal. We need more private affordable housing developers to come into the community and propose projects. We need more resources for gap funding. Prop 123 and grants could be mechanisms for that, but even more low-income housing tax credit funding availability would be beneficial. For example, this year in the August 1st tax credit round, they're showing that the applications, they're about 3.5 times oversubscribed with the funding available. So even low-income housing tax credits, we need more resources to really handle the projects that are being proposed for them over the next few years. And of course, it's subject to market conditions. As you can see, we have, it kind of ebbs and flows. Some years, depending on market conditions, it's been pretty flat, and then we have a big boost. And in 2022, that boost was certainly a part of the ARPA funding that this council dedicated to affordable housing earlier in 2022. That's not going down. Ooh, try this. So what we track, as I mentioned, permanently affordable units, deed restricted, and also those likely to remain affordable. We've been talking through the Longmont Housing Authority Board side about some changes to income restrictions that are coming down from the state and the options for getting affordable units. So through that income averaging program, we might see a different way to track these units coming up over the next few years. But this is what we're currently tracking and what we have. As you can see, we've leveraged a good amount of funding in 2022. For the $2.4 million of local affordable housing funds that we invested in 2022, we brought in almost $35 million of federal funding or private investment into our community into generating new units. So the ARPA funding, I will say, you see that boost here, and you'll see that in the next few years as well as we dedicate all that funding. But it is definitely helping us catch up, but not putting us forward. We still need more sources to get us forward on our goal. We have received $653,000 of fee in lieu up through 2022 in the life of the program. But already in 2023, we brought in 700, and that's in addition to the 653. So we really are seeing our fee in lieu revenues ramp up. And really, fee in lieu is paid at the point in time that a market rate development receives certificate of occupancy. So they have to make it through permitting, get constructed, and then get to that point. And that is typically when they pay the fee in lieu. And so when you see those numbers move over time, especially our projections compared to actuals for 2022, it really is dependent on those projects making it through construction on schedule compared to what they report when they're coming in, when bringing in their building permit applications. And so it really is subject to what's happening in the market and on the development side. Also, these are all the projects in our pipeline. And so maybe not all of them end up going through, but what we have on the books, this is what the fee in lieu estimate would be for those for the next few years. Here's just some details on the compliance option selection in 2022 compared to prior years. You can see the boost in the number of projects that were coming in and subject to IH in 2021 that was post-COVID, and then you can kind of see some of that market change with interest rates and such affecting some market rate developments into 2022, just slightly bringing them down. What you can really see is the green here. From 2020, we had 8 projects estimated to, or planning to use on-site provision of units. We're down to 3, and that kind of jives with the increase in the number of projects that are selecting fee in lieu as their compliance option. Okay, thank you. These buttons aren't working. No. So on our middle tier pipeline, so as you recall, this is the option to provide units affordable between 80 and 120% on the for sale side in exchange for a reduction in your affordable requirement. You can see here over time in the life of the program up through 2022, we had a good number of units proposed by developers to be sold at these price ranges to take advantage of that incentive. The green line items are the number of those products that were actually sold in those price points. Sorry, you can't see any. I'm just moving you all around. So this is really telling us what we reported to you back in October 2022 when we adjusted the sales price maximum. We knew that this was not getting used necessarily. And we do know that we don't yet currently have any projects committed to this since our October 2022 sales price update, but we also have other things in the works. The attainable fee waiver program is in development, and we are potentially looking at this middle tier pipeline with that to make sure that we have all of the pieces working together functionally. So it remains to be seen what the results of that change would be. So our accomplishments in the program this year, other than our unit generation and the quantitative accomplishments, but we updated that sales price maximum methodology. That was a long time in the works. And we did a lot of process improvements in the development review groups. And that really was about moving towards automation and being able to make better data-driven decision-making. It's just making sure that we're fine-tuning this program as we go along. Things that we would like to accomplish in 2023, we have some minor code cleanups we'd like to do. We've restructured some of the departments of the city, make sure we have all those references correct. And then we're looking at our deed restriction language on our existing affordable program to see that if we could streamline in that in some way, because now we have a robust sales price maximum. We're just things that we want to explore to see if we can improve and simplify it for people that have deed restricted homes. We're also, as I mentioned, the middle tier option right sizing with the other programs that are in development. And then we are looking to do a fee in lieu update or a modification if council desires it after you hear the presentation from the Root team. And then we've got the other consultant recommendations from Root as well to consider. So I'm going to pause here and just see, oh, actually I'll just show, this is just an informational because we said that we would update this annually. The new HUD income limits came out in May, so the new sales price maximums are published on the website and in use as of May, and so this is what we'll continue doing on an annual basis. And so now I will pause to see if there's any questions on our IH annual report before we jump in with the Root study. Working now? Okay.
Councilor Martin.
Molly, could you go back to the previous slide? Because I can't read that fast.
Sure. I'm trying to be sensitive of our time of night. The red button or this one? There we go. Got it.
Yay!
This one. So this is what, per council direction back in October, this is the annual update that we've put into place.
So the question that I'd like to ask about these, again, based on what someone said during the public comment, these are not necessarily what someone can afford as, it's a combination of what someone might be able to afford and what it can be built for. Is that accurate?
So these are built on what a person can afford, but it is important to note these are the maximums allowable.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody's actually looking to purchase a home, you will be speaking with a bank, getting qualified. You'll have debt considerations. You'll have other things regarding your income that you might need to take into account when you're actually getting qualified for a mortgage. So this is the maximum because we couldn't anticipate the range of possibilities that could be there for every individual buyer.
Mm-hmm.
This is really based on what someone can afford at the maximum, but then tying that to a developer. And if you build within these limits, then you qualify for certain incentives on development. So that's the tie.
Okay.
So I think you have two different variables in play here. Molly, can you turn your, yeah. You have two different variables in play. So on the individual side, if you remember back when we talked about this a few years ago, you know, we were saying 30, there were some folks that were saying they're lending up to 40%. Well, that really is dependent on the individual and their own financial circumstances, whether they have debt or they don't have debt, based on how much the lenders will give to the person. On the other side, you actually have how much does it cost to construct a unit. And, you know, that's what we've been talking about in terms of when we've been looking at an affordable, attainable home ownership piece, is where there are some variables that drop in that really start shifting it. So, you know, the two primary variables are the cost of land and then the cost of horizontal infrastructure. So when you start looking at that, the further down you are, the harder it is to actually construct and get it in there. And then the piece that drives all of it is the lenders, in terms of what are they going to lend on, and what are they going to require based on the risk profile of the project. So you have variables on both sides that really start impacting it.
Thanks.
Looks like there aren't any.
Okay.
Continue.
Great. So I first want to say thanks to the city's IH team on all that great work in 2022 to get that progress so far up compared to prior years. And then I'd like to introduce our route policy research team, Molly Fitzpatrick and Vanessa Bramante. They're going to be handing over here.
This one, perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting us continue your meeting and drag it deeper into the night. So we will try to stay at a pretty high level, but obviously happy to answer any questions as we get to that point. But I will try to kind of move through some of these high points relatively quickly for you all. So I'm going to talk about kind of two semi-separate things related to housing tonight. The first is a recap of our housing needs assessment, which really focuses on what are the affordability needs in Longmont. There's lots of detail in the packet that you can wade through at your leisure as well. So that's the first piece I'm going to talk about. I'll pause when we get through some of those data pieces to see if there's any questions or anything you'd like to discuss from that. And then we'll move into looking at the inclusionary housing ordinance policy review. So we reviewed some components of that policy with taking kind of a deep dive on the methodology for the fee in lieu calculations, and so we're going to walk you through that as well. So jumping into the affordability needs, I do want to kind of pause briefly for just a little bit of terminology, because I know in housing we can just go really fast into talking in AMI and HUD and 60% and 30%, and what does all of this mean? So I just want to acknowledge that we'll be using that term AMI. You are probably used to seeing that and are familiar with it to some extent. When we talk about AMI, we're talking about HUD AMI, we're talking about thresholds for qualifying for housing programs, just like those housing sale price maximums that Molly just put up. Those are driven by HUD's numbers that say this is what allows you to qualify for a variety of both federal, state, and even local housing programs. HUD produces those at a regional level. So Boulder County is all lumped into one housing market or housing region for those AMI numbers. As Molly said, the 2023 thresholds for that just came out. But I do want to acknowledge that those numbers, which are determined by kind of a HUD formula that says this is what you qualify, are different than when we talk about what our real people in Longmont actually have for their household income. So we'll talk about those a little bit differently. Anytime we're talking about housing program qualifications, we're going to talk about AMI. And anytime we're talking about real people and what incomes they have reported to the census that they are earning, that's when we're kind of talking about real incomes of people in Longmont. So I'm just going to make that distinction. I'll kind of bounce around as we talk about it. We're also going to talk about housing prices, actual housing prices in Longmont, and where those hit in terms of AMIs, so you have a better sense of what is the market actually providing at what AMIs, and also nominally what levels. So we've kind of talked about the 2023 AMIs. 106,000 is the regional AMI for Boulder County, and that's for a two-person household. HUD looks at this by household size, but just to give you a benchmark, 106 is what we look at for a two-person for income qualification. In 2021, which is the most recent data we have on incomes, the median actual income of households in Longmont was about 83,000, so a little bit below that. There are actually some benefits to that in terms of Longmont residents. It means you have more residents that are likely to qualify for some of those housing programs than you might in a different community. So moving into some market data, you will not be surprised to learn that the data show that rents are increasing and have been. So when we look at market rate rent, so when we're just looking at rental units that are not, income qualified or low income housing tax credits, in 2023, $1,700 is about your average. And that, from an AMI perspective, that means people that are earning 60% up to 80% AMI and higher can afford kind of that market rate. So if you're below 60% AMI, the market is not producing much for you, certainly at the average. on the right-hand side of this slide, you can see kind of how those rents differ by how new the building is. Not surprisingly, newer developments command higher rents. So new construction rent is actually about $19.50, so a little bit higher even. And both of those are much higher than they were, 10 years ago. You were below $1,000 on a median rent. So that has gone up pretty substantially. Home prices have also gone up pretty substantially. So this graph is showing you the median home price. Median just means right in the middle, so the middle price. The median home price from 2002 up to 2022, so the last 10 years of data there, and you can see really steep increases starting about 2015. So I'm sure that feels true, and the data certainly bear that out. So the median in 2022, which is our last most recent full year of data, is about just over 600,000 for detached single-family homes. When we look at multifamily homes, so condos and townhomes, it's a little bit lower at 459, but still those are hitting targets that are pretty high income. So really the market is providing about 120% AMI is what either resale market can provide in terms of kind of where the AMI for that market hits. It's important to note that these the rises in those housing prices has far outpaced rising incomes. So incomes are growing up, that's great. They're not going up fast enough to keep up with home prices. And that has become a particular concern as interest rates have gone up substantially. That means purchasing power for folks goes down even more. And so we're losing purchasing power because incomes aren't keeping up. And then with interest rates so high, you certainly can't qualify in a way that keeps up with those housing prices. So we're seeing compressed affordability essentially in both the ownership market and the rental market. Home ownership itself, so about not quite 2/3 of Longmont households are home owners. There's certainly disparities among groups. By age, there's big disparities there. Of course, we would expect sort of younger residents to be less likely to own a home and then progress through that. But we're seeing even kind of declines in that ownership at lower, at those younger and kind of middle ages as well. By race and ethnicity, we also see significant disparities. So 2/3 of non-Hispanic white residents own their home. It's compared to just 1 in 5 of Black or African American residents, and then lower than half of Hispanic or Latino residents as well. The ownership rate for Hispanic and Latino residents has gone up a bit over the past 5 to 10 years, so that's a positive sign, but certainly it's still nowhere near kind of what we see for non-Hispanic white residents. I also want to point out that it's not shown in graphic on that slide, but we also did an analysis of workers and whether the average wage worker in Longmont can afford the median home price. And we looked at that by industry. So we looked at the average wage in every industry, and there were 0 industries in which the average wage for that industry can afford your median home price. We looked at that even if we assume that there's 1.5 workers, or like 1 full worker and 1 part-time worker in a household, and still none of those industry average wages could afford the median home price. We also conduct what we call an affordability gaps analysis, which just compares supply and demand at price points to help us understand where there's a market failure and at what price points those occur. In the rental market, we see kind of this market failure, or what we call an affordability shortage, for households that are earning less than 50% AMI. And so there's about 2,000 kind of short, you're short about 2,000 units in that price range. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to build all of those units, but in order for those households to not be cost burden, they either need units that are affordable to them, created through new units, or subsidies that would help bring down the cost of housing. We look at that in the for sale analysis too, focusing on first-time buyers, and that gap comes in for households that are below 100% AMI. So we care about those, where those fall, because as we'll talk about, we want to look at whether your policies are serving those folks that the market isn't. So as I mentioned, those folks that are in those gap ranges tend to be cost burden. Cost burden is when you're spending more than kind of the housing industry thinks that you should be spending on housing. That number is generally 30%. Sometimes it's looked at 40%, so it's in those ranges. In these numbers, we're looking at 30%. Over half your renters are cost burden, so spending more than 30% of their income on housing. and about 20%, so that's 1 in 5 of owners are cost burden as well. What's I think significant about this graphic in particular is you see a real increase in cost burden among households in that $35,000 to $50,000 price range. So cost burden has always been a challenge for households in the lower income brackets. We're seeing that start to creep up into more moderate and middle income brackets as well. Oh, I should point. Oh, help. Oh, there you go. So to kind of just put a finer point on that, we're obviously seeing affordability challenges. We're seeing those become even more, I guess, present in the market and affecting households that haven't historically been impacted by those. As you all know, the city of Longmont has a housing goal of achieving 12% of its housing to be deed restricted and affordable by 2035. We've already talked about some of those numbers tonight. City's about halfway to that production goal. In addition to the affordability needs that we've talked about, there is also, additional housing demand that's created by economic growth as well as population growth. So this will, broadly speaking, to address housing challenges, that it'll require both the addition of market rate units, but also affordable housing stock across a variety of product types. So as your demographics shift to some extent toward an older population, but you're also bringing in a lot of young adults, that changes housing preferences and types as well. So this isn't just let's build more rental, let's build more single family. It's building kind of across that housing continuum as well. So with that, I'm going to pause for questions on the needs portion before we jump into the inclusionary.
Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Peck. Could you go back one slide, please? Is that correct? Because I think it conflicted with a previous slide, if I'm remembering correctly, that we need a total of 5,400 in 2 years' time, as opposed to by 2035?
I think that should be 35, actually. Sorry, that's an error on
Okay,
my slide. Apologies.
good.
Yes.
All right, because I could
Unless you really want to rush it, we could.
Well, I do really want to rush it, actually, but I don't think we can
You're
get that
correct,
far
you're
that
correct.
fast. So
Sorry
that
about that.
should be 2035.
Correct.
That's all.
Good catch.
Councillor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Could you go to slide 18? It was,
Sorry.
if you look at how flat we were from 2006 to 8, and we think about the Great Recession, I mean, to what degree is what we see in terms of the rapid increase in cost tied directly to the fact that we stopped building houses in this country for 3 years between 2006 and 2008 or 2009?
Certainly that's a part of it. So the whole country underbuilt during that time, Colorado specifically underbuilt during that time, and the Front Range, all across the Front Range in northern Colorado is part of that as well. I would say that is certainly a driver, but our steep increases are a factor of both that additional increases in population across the whole metro, not just, and really the whole Front Range. But that's a piece of it, but not entirely.
So the follow-on question, I get that there are a lot of variables.
Sure.
That's a huge one we don't often talk about when
Right.
we're looking at a slide like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the related question is, to what degree does current supply, even though, we've seen building pick up over the last 8 or 9 years, whatever that time frame is, to what degree does that reflect a lack of supply generally that is persistent over time? Particularly in this market, because the slide 20 specifically addresses the unit gap.
Right. Yeah. So we certainly have not caught up we haven't built back kind of the last few years of demand. We're continuing to underbuild. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and if slide 20, I think reinforces, I think what you just said, but you just could confirm that in slide 20.
I don't have action. Yeah, and there's additional kind of data on permitting and the pace of permitting over the long term in the report as well, and that shows that we're not even back up to like early 2000 levels.
Well, I know
and that's not true just in Longmont.
And the
but-
delays in permitting show up not only in a lack of inventory, but unnecessary costs that add no value, just cost, because of the length of time it takes us to get a project through the permitting process. But well, slide number 20 was right there. It kind of reinforces the gap tied to the increase in cost. Yeah, because I'm going to get to another question here before we're finished. I just want to reinforce.
Yes.
Or clarify. Thanks.
If I may, we've also tried to get the state demographer, and we're trying to get on the schedule to bring her in to talk about this. If you haven't had the chance to listen to her, to the point of what all goes into this, there are other things that start hitting into this. So if you look at this steep increase in the cost of housing, you have people that would normally migrate out of the housing that they're in. So as I become an empty nester, you would have people who do that migrate into a different type of housing. But the reality is, because housing's so expensive, to get into something smaller, it actually costs more. So then you have a cap occurring there. And then as you look at older adults, the same thing is happening. And the demographer made a really good point to say, beyond that, with rising interest rates, you have even more people getting stuck in their homes because they don't want to lose their good interest rates. So it's a sort of the snowball running downhill. It starts with the lack of construction, and then it just starts getting compounded based on all of these other economic factors. And that's a synopsis of what she says, but we are trying to bring her in because that is really great foundational information to understand the broader challenge we face.
I'm going to add one more statement that this is based in census data. So this is really about serving Longmont's existing residents. This does not necessarily show us what prospective Longmont residents would want or need. That's what like for example, on our development projects in the Housing Authority, that's what market studies show us. If you build the units, will they fill? That's really considering a broader stroke. So this is really about our existing residents and tying their needs to what we have currently.
Should I cautiously move on to the inclusionary?
Yes,
Great.
cautiously.
I'll cautiously move on to the inclusionary policy review. So in this portion and in this deliverable, we were really just taking a close look at your current inclusionary policy. What's working, what can be tweaked, what can be improved as part of that. So I'm just going to kind of jump right into a couple of our recommendations on the structure of it, and then we're going to spend a little more time talking through the fee in lieu because that's a little more complicated just in terms of kind of how it's calculated and how it works. So first I want to start with the affordability requirements. So when I say that, I mean the set aside, the proportion of units that are required to be affordable and at what income levels those are required. So your current policy says 12% of units need to be set aside for either renters earning 50% AMI or owners earning 80% AMI. Long story short, we're not recommending any changes to that. We think that's dead on. 12% is in line with your housing goal, and those AMI targets are in line with where we see the needs based on our affordability analysis. As Molly noted before as well, that doesn't mean that the inclusionary housing ordinance is going to solve all of your housing problems, but it is targeted to kind of keep pace with your goal, even if it's not going to help you catch up and kind of backfill the existing need. In terms of compliance options, when I say that, I mean how can developers comply with the policy? You have a lot of options, and that's great. Developers love having those options. The most common one is the fee in lieu. We have a couple recommendations around some of the other options. We're going to talk about fee in lieu, so we'll come back to our recommendation around raising that. We also are recommending that you streamline the approval process for on-site rental. When you instituted your inclusionary policy, you had some state legislation that you had to manage to in terms of the rental. That state legislation has now changed, which allows you to make it easier to approve on-site rental. So right now, your default option for rental developments is that they have to pay in fee in lieu, and if they want to build the units, they have to come to you and ask for approval on that. We're suggesting now that that's allowed to be by right in the state, we would suggest you go ahead and say, yes, you can build those without coming to council. You can also pay the fee in lieu. So that just makes it a little bit easier on a process side. You also have a credit compliance option. So this one is not necessarily being used that much, but it's a nice option. And it basically means if you build more than you need to, you can get credit for that and then sell those credits to a different developer who needs them. We are just suggesting that you amend that to make sure that it's not duplicating other subsidies. So you already have a clause that says, look, you can't get credits if the city is helping you subsidize that through cash. We want to extend that to if you're receiving federal subsidies as well, then we don't want you to duplicate those. So that's a little bit of a cleanup. It's consistent with your current policy. It just expands it to include federal subsidies. And then the other thing which came out of some conversation with developers is just to ensure a clear path for land donations. So developers can donate land instead of paying a fee in lieu, but it's not super clear, at least from the developer's perspective, that they know what that means, that they know how to do that they know that they can reliably get that approved or what kind of criteria. And so this is less about changing the ordinance or changing a compliance and just making sure that the communication with the developers is really clear that this is a really viable option and that there are ways to make that work and that they understand what those are. So now we're going to jump into the fee in lieu. Fee in lieu is the most common option that's used by developers. That's not just true in Longmont. That's true a lot of places. It's not true everywhere. And part of that is because fee in lieu is really a policy choice. We do a lot of math to come up with it, but it is not just a quantitative fee calculation. Different communities choose to set their fee in lieu at different amounts because it incentivizes different behavior. And so in Colorado, you pretty much have to offer a fee in lieu. You have to have compliance options. That's the easiest one to offer. But fees can be structured in different ways. They can be structured by unit. They can be structured by per square foot. They can be high. They can be low. When fees are relatively low, it essentially incentivizes developers to pay the fee as opposed to building units. When fees are really, really high, it incentivizes them to build the units because that's cheaper for them. They're going to make decisions mostly based on what's cost effective, but also what works for their business model, works for their investors. But I just want to emphasize that we're going to talk a lot about kind of the math going through these and what different methodologies are, and those are important. But at the end of the day, where you set that fee in lieu is really a policy choice about what behavior you're trying to incentivize among developers, and also what your priorities are in terms of how you want to use those either funds or units. So there's two common methods for calculating what a fee in lieu can be. The first one is called affordability gap method. The second is called development cost method. Before I jump into those, I'll say these are basically designed to kind of calculate what you could assess as a fee. You can also charge just percentages of that. So you could say, look, we like the development cost method, but we only want to charge 50% of what that calculation is. We see cities do that quite a bit. In fact, Littleton just implemented one where they're charging 75% of the development cost method. So let me tell you a little bit about those. The affordability gap method is what you currently use. Affordability gap just means what's the difference in market price and the affordable price. And we take that difference and say that's the fee. The theory behind that is because if a developer is not going to build the units, the city wants to be able to subsidize effectively the same type of unit, right? And so theoretically, the city could plug in that amount to a different unit and it would effectively subsidize it. That's how the math works. It's just that differential. So this graph at the top shows you essentially what those differentials are. The dark blue is market rate for new construction. The light blue is market rate for all units, and then the greens are the affordable prices, either prices or rents. And so you can see kind of that differential is where we get the affordability gap method. Development cost method says if you're not going to build the unit, we'd like you to give us all the money we would need to build it ourselves from the ground up. And so that essentially says what is the cost of building an affordable unit, not what's the cost of building a market rate, but what's the cost of building a comparable affordable unit, and then we'll assess that fee. So you can see kind of in the gold down there, right now, the cost of building an affordable single-family home is just over $400,000, $422,000. And the affordable cost of building a low-income housing tax credit is $387,000 per unit. Those are per unit costs. Oh, I think I hit that one because I didn't know if we were going to get into that detail. So we have gone through and kind of calculated what those different methodologies would produce from in Longmont for a fee in lieu calculation. So this table summarizes what those fee in lieux would be if we use those different methodologies. So we're showing the current fee, so that's what you have right now, based on kind of what is being assessed right now. We also used your codified methodology. So right now you're using an affordability gap. We just updated the data. That's just kind of regular housekeeping on that. That's not changing anything in your ordinance. That's not changing the structure of your fee. It's just refreshing it with current data, which is part of your regular process. So that affordability gap data update is what you would normally see from your housing team as a regular update to that fee based on the current affordability gap in your current methodology. We also calculated a modified affordability gap. That just means we're using that same methodology of looking at the difference between market rate and affordable, but we're looking at it just for new construction. So it's common practice in those affordability gap calculations to say, well, what we're applying this to from a fee perspective is new construction. And so we want to look at the difference in new construction rents or new construction prices and those. So the modified affordability gap just makes a couple tweaks to the methodology that you're currently using to focus it on that new development. So you'll see those are a little bit higher than your data update version. And then finally, we also included that development cost method for you. All of these have been put into per square foot prices, just like your current fee, so that they're really comparable there. But the second column of this table also just shows you what would that fee be on, for example, a 100-unit project. That doesn't mean you're going to get a 100-unit for sale project necessarily, but it gives you an easy way to kind of look at what does this actually mean for development overall. It's worth noting that your current fees, because they're tied to old market data, are not enough to fully fill that affordability gap, even with that methodology, though the city has chosen to use that in leveraging federal funds. So as Molly showed before, you're using city funds and then leveraging those federal funds as well. That is certainly a way to continue doing it. It doesn't mean you can't do that, even if you raise the fee as well. Do you want to jump into further deliverables before we get questions?
So we'll move to questions after this, but we just wanted to say that this study was made possible by a DOLA grant that we received, and we do have some capacity in that grant remaining, enough to do a mini study or two, depending on the scope and scale. But we just wanted to open it up if there was ideas for further study that you're interested in. We might have some capacity to engage Root to keep going. And then, there we go. So now we'll move to is there any questions on what Molly went over before we start answering the questions about the recommendations? And I should say, I didn't mention that we do still have upcoming deliverables as part of our current scope, and they are going to still be looking at the incentives under our IH program for review. So that's some of our parking and really just more of the development side of the incentives, and also producing the data dashboard that we're going to use to have our data in real time and using that going forward for the equivalent of our IH snapshots. And then we've already asked them to help us by doing a quick look at the region in terms of a deed restriction on attainable housing, just to see what's out there to help inform that other effort regarding the fee waivers.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Can you quickly return to slide 30? And I hope I remember what. I guess Molly touched on this a little bit. Longmont's current fees are too low for the city to effectively use the fee revenue to create an equivalent number of affordable units. That would, since we can leverage things like LIHTC with that money, why would we ever think we needed to charge fees high enough to create an equivalent number of units in fee simple? I mean, that sounds like a strange way of using the money. The way I think of the fee in lieu operating when it's optimized is that it provides a safety valve when, among other things, it provides a safety valve when developers get into trouble. So we have developers who have gotten into trouble because we had, inflation and the disrupted supply chain and stuff like that. And so they began their projects with noble intention of providing affordable units, but then they couldn't, because they couldn't get what they needed to do it. And we would rather have the housing in some form than have the fee in lieu be so high that it drives them out of business and we don't get any housing or fees. So I just want to understand why that metric was used at all.
Great question, and I'll just clarify that when I say equivalent right there, I mean equivalent to what would have been built by that developer. So if the developer was building a 100-unit project and they, as part of the inclusionary, would build 12 units of those, they're 12% affordable, we want the fee, or typically the fees are designed so that the city can either subsidize 12 units or create those 12 units. So when I say equivalent, I mean the 12 units the developer did not build as part of their requirement, they're giving you money so that you can create 12 units. So we're saying the current fees don't allow you to create those 12 units unless you are pairing it with another subsidy.
But we always would, because the money is more useful that way.
Yeah, well, I can't let you in.
So just to clarify, that when the policy was written, the methodology was put together in 2018, that was the intent, to make the calculation fill that gap. We have not, are generally, code requires we update it every 3 years with current data, so we are behind because we're waiting for this analysis, so we are due to do so, and if so, that $3.83 would serve that original policy purpose with new numbers.
Okay, and then, go ahead.
So the 1191 is the policy that you all have now.
Yeah.
With new numbers. The 1350 is, that is which one is that?
That's the current methodology with a tweak.
Correct. And then
That doesn't help me.
And then development cost. I think part of it is, to your question of how we're leveraging the funds.
Yes.
I think part of it is we're leveraging the funds in rental product. In terms of leveraging the funds in terms of for sale product, it's been very difficult for us to do that.
Because you can't use LIHTC.
Correct. The funding mechanisms are different when you look at for sale. On the other side of it, we've talked about how we're working on a project, where we're looking at potentially co-developing on it and looking at an affordable and attainable mix.
Yes.
What we're finding in that is that the affordable for sale homes, when you factor in, and we're looking at reduced cost in land and fee waivers and all of that already baked in. When you look at the horizontal infrastructure cost and then the cost of construction, it needs deep incentives in order to actually physically construct the affordable for sale product. And I think that's the best example of where we're saying there's not enough money, is actually creating affordable for sale. We are able to leverage on the rental side, but as we look and work with the pro forma, it is a steep hill on for sale.
I understand. And then on slide 33, 32. what other areas should be explored for study. I had a suggestion, which is land banking, because I live right by the Thistle development and it's gorgeous and we should build lots more of that. So that shuts me up.
Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
So I'm looking in my packet, so I can't remember what slide it was, but it was in reference to the cost burden renters. And I'm curious to know, how accurate, because we don't have a database that collects, all the rentals in Longmont. So, where did this data set come from, and, what could be that margin of error?
Yeah, so this is from the American Community Survey, which is an annual census product. It's not quite as comprehensive as the every 10-year census, but it is the most robust data set on people, households, and costs, and it is self-reported data from that American Community Survey, and this is based on 2021 data from that questionnaire.
Okay. So, yeah, so there is a margin of error.
So it does have a margin of error because it's based on a survey sample. It tends to be minimal, especially when we're looking at sort of bigger populations like this.
So there is a possibility that we have more residents who are have heavily cost burden on the rental. I think the homeowners, it would be easier to pull up that data, but as far as rentals, because we're not, as a city, we're not collecting that data. So, and then the other thing, and I guess that goes back to, I think it was slide 31, the question, areas to explore. In the study, did you all, because I didn't see it on the packet, look at people who do, or individuals who do buy housing? If they own multiple properties, if they're out of state, or is there a way that your company can pull up that information?
There are some ways to get at that. It's a little bit hard to pinpoint, but we could, usually how we do that is looking at assessor data and kind of matching up where people live and how many properties are. It's never going to be perfect because people can own properties in different names. The other challenge with that is that there are not, at least in my awareness, really clear policy tools or levers to address challenges within that. There are ways to regulate, for example, short-term rentals or some of those types of uses, but there's not good policy tools that say you can only own one home or, kind of managing to that. So we're trying to kind of tailor the analysis to what policy tools there are. And so that's just one reason we don't often look at that in a study, is because it's harder for us to look at what can you do about it in that sense. However, if that's a key component of study, we could certainly take a look at that. They'll be imperfect because the data are imperfect on those.
Okay. And, because I think about out-of-state investors, I talk to a lot of colleagues in the school district where they're trying to look for housing. And they'll, the real estate agent will say, oh, hey, there's this property. And then they can't even get to the point to view it before some out-of-state investor kind of swoops up and takes that property. So people who are trying to buy to live in these properties just don't have the means to be able to even get their foot in the door. So, looking at, maybe there is a policy that incentivize or gives benefits to people who are purchasing and living in that home, and how we can boost that up, or even to sellers who are maybe giving that preferential treatment or priority to people who plan on living in there. I don't know, I'm just throwing stuff out there.
No, that's great, thanks.
Councilor Waters.
The table, go back to the table, I think slide 28. I think it's 28, yeah. The $7.90 is a product of the work we did in 2018. I've raised the question more than once since then, why that number has not changed. When we adopted the policy or the ordinance, it was with as I recall, the expectation that it would reflect increases in cost of living or cost of construction. And to see 5 years later, that number that being the same, and what it might be had it just kept, what's the explanation for that?
So the code requires that we update it every 3 years, so it would have been due in December 2021. And we got started on this study, we got the grant for this study right after that in February 2022. And therefore, we decided to engage their services and really give us this, okay, we are 4 years in, how are things looking? Should we make modifications or stick with the existing? So
Yeah.
there is a delay there, certainly.
And how long, well, absent any other action that we take based on this study, how long will that number stay the same?
We could change it immediately after this. We've run the calculation already. It's ready to just get updated.
Your council can give us a direction to bring that back.
Well, I understand that. We haven't given you that direction in the last 5 years, but maybe we will.
So to clarify, the second option, the $3.83 and the corresponding $11.91,
Yeah.
that's what we already have code direction to do now. So we could do that immediately. If you wanted to select a different option, that we would have to bring back.
Yeah, for what it's worth, in the months following our adoption of the ordinance, one of our developers, who will remain nameless, because he said, if you ever put my name to this statement, I'll be in trouble with my colleagues. But he was challenging on what objectives we were trying to accomplish with the fee in lieu, right? Because his observation was, what you're going to do is you're going to get payment. You're going to get the payment of the fee in lieu. It won't be enough to accomplish all that you want to, even no matter how much you're going to accumulate in your fund, because the message to developers is, pay the fee in lieu. If you want units, you should be asking more in terms of the payment in lieu. Now, that said, I wouldn't want to, at the end of the day, I think we ought to make certain we're in conversation with our development community as we move down the road here. We got where we are because we listened pretty well, I think. Could you go to your questions?
If I can also answer part of your question, what got tangled up in this also was a capacity issue for us, because the same folks, while we waited en route and to get this bid was because the same folks that were doing this were taking over the housing authority, and so it was just a capacity issue as well.
Yeah, well, so maybe one of the lessons learned here is that we don't wait, we change the schedule from every 3 years to every other year or something like that.
Right.
So we don't get caught behind the curve. Remind me of VAA.
So this is the voluntary alternative agreement.
Thank you. So I'll move. I think probably we do need work on the voluntary alternative agreement, but I don't think there's any question for me. I wouldn't want to give up the credit policy, the position we took on credits for people who exceed the 12%, which was a big debate at the time. But if there's additional work we ought to do for compliance purposes, for my money, we ought to do whatever we need to, and then make certain that we keep that on the table. I also am reasonably certain that we have work to do on the land donation option. We've heard that enough.
Councilor Waters, I would like to interrupt you and make a motion that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Actually, I should vote against that motion.
I know, me too. All those opposed.
But we're into it
So
now.
that carries. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
So for me, if you were looking for answers to these questions, the answer would be yes, yes, and yes. Yeah. So.
Any other input on these policy questions from anyone else as we read through them? On the direction and fee in lieu, I think that we should select a route recommended modification. We hired them for this study, for their expertise, and I would like to know what they recommend.
Would you like to see that?
I would.
We can bring that back.
So they're recommending 1191, 1350, and 2814.
So the $3.83 for rental and the $11.91, that's what, if we just use the existing methodology and updated it tomorrow, that's what it would be. Root's recommendation is, if we're going to stick with the affordability gap method, which is the method that was, vetted in 2018, that would bring it to $593 for rental and $1350 for homeownership.
Okay, That's what I think we should do. And, okay. Do you want to go back to the other screen so we can see what else is on there?
Those were the total of the questions.
Oh, Councillor McCoy. Okay. So, anyone else?
There we go. There we are.
Okay. I don't see anyone else weighing in on this. Councillor Hidalgo Faring?
I agree with the modified affordability gap range.
Okay, Councillor Yarbo does. And Councillor Martin?
We'll look into that and have that ready to bring back to you all.
Okay. We didn't go through all of them, I don't think.
So we got Councilman Waters' preference on the first three, but we didn't hear from any other council members on the first three.
I think we should remove the VAA requirement. All three, yes. From me. I see all head shakes here. Okay, his head's going up and down as well.
Okay, thank you so much. We will be working on this and bring it back to you.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Mayor, if I can,
Yes.
touching on affordable housing, one of the things that we've obviously been talking about is Proposition 123.
Yes.
And in terms of applying for that, and obviously at the last session with our legislators, Representative McCormick brought up the challenges that communities face that have actually been in the development of affordable housing versus communities that haven't been, and as it applies to Prop 123. So we've, December 31st, 2026 is a deadline for us to apply. We've been looking through that. As we discussed with you all, the commitment must be based on the amount of affordable housing stock we have in the city according to census data. And the program is calling for, and they're calling it the affordable housing baseline. This isn't the same way that we have been looking at our affordable housing. And we're not the only city in this. The city of Denver, the city of Boulder, the city of Fort Collins, and Longmont have. So we were wanting to really look at our deed restricted affordable housing units. And this is looking at the broader census data, which is actually bringing in the naturally occurring affordable housing that's not deed restricted, that we all know can move out of that affordable range as the markets continue to grow. So obviously, we're all talking to try to see if there can be an adjustment made, for cities that are farther ahead on the development of affordable housing. A couple of cities did make a run at it, and we're told, nope, we need to go with the way the formulas working. And so we have all been talking with each other in terms of how that, how we can apply. Our staff has gathered data with the neighboring jurisdictions in DOLA to come up with a commitment to propose to the state that we feel reasonable and feasible for us. So Longmont's average annual unit generation since 2017 has been about 101 units, and that's including the boost from the investment in ARPA funds. The state's two unmodified options would require us to generate either 150 units based on Weld County census data or 220 units based on Boulder County census data. By modifying the data with other sources allowed in DOLA's baseline calculation tool, staff is proposing an annual unit generation commitment of 124 units. At this point, we believe that's a good middle ground that we can land on, and it's in line with our unit generation projections from 23 to 25. It looks like a couple of those jurisdictions have been approved utilizing that methodology, and so that's what we're going to submit. So you all wanted us to give that information to you prior to submitting for Prop 123. So we will be submitting the 124 unit generation in the very near future.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilor Waters.
Thanks. A question I should have asked earlier. I didn't realize this was going to be the end of the presentation. In none of the recommendations or none of the presentation, was there any discussion about the pace or the timing of the permitting process from beginning to end? It has been an ongoing frustration, I know, for a lot of folks. And it is my understanding this year we budgeted for, or in 2023, we budgeted for an ombudsman or somebody in that role to help, to attach to projects to help accelerate the process. So I have two questions. Was there anything in the study or anything in the conversation about ensuring that we accelerate the pace for the kind of residential to approve, the kind of residential projects that we want to see through the permitting process, number one. Second question is, there was a night here where we gave direction to staff to bring to us any project that exceeded 1 year from beginning to end in terms of permitting. And from that night to this, we've never reviewed a single project that has exceeded 1 year. Is that because none have exceeded 1 year, or because we simply haven't followed through?
The direction that council approved was affordable housing projects, and so I know that that's what you all are monitoring. Is that correct?
So we do have a consultant role that is helping affordable projects make it through the entitlement process. And that is something we've gotten feedback that is really useful. And we are actually just closed on another RFP to do that again. But that's on the affordable side specifically.
Well, the review here was for projects, not just affordable projects. It was for residential projects that have been, for which applicants had submitted their applications, going through the permitting process. And there may be all kinds of explanations, but the agreement was that we were going to get a chance to see them and ask those questions if they exceeded 1 year. And since that's been none of this study and none of this conversation, I'm wondering have none exceeded a year? And if so, why have we not had a chance to review them?
So that's one we're going to have to look at again. I'll have to look back because I know that's been a question before. So let us look back in terms of the specifics on that one. Most development projects do.
I know they do.
Take, depending on what you're counting the year of when it gets into DRC versus.
And there may be 1,000 reasons, Harold, but I also think I'm going to support doing what we need to do in terms of the payment in lieu and the acceleration of that. I think we owe it to the people who we want to build the kind of housing stock we need in Longmont to guarantee that we're going to get their projects with very thoughtful decision making, but through the process. And that hasn't been any part of the discussion. I think that's not a quid pro quo. It's just part of the balance of what we need to do here.
So what I will tell you is we're continuing to work on that, and so obviously David, in terms of design standards and things like that, that's something we're trying to focus on. trying to distill when there's hitches and what really generates it is a big part of the issue. So that's a piece of it that we're looking at. On the other side of it, so we're focusing on that piece of it in terms of what does it really mean, what do we need to do. We do have some deliverables coming to you all in terms of development, design requirements and things like that. On the other side of it, I think what time really, when we look at this and we gave you all a risk, a matrix in terms of risk or certainty versus uncertainty versus reward. And I think, part of that you all have talked about before is, and it's in some of this in terms of giving them clear sense of what they can and can't do. And so we'll pull all that together and bring it back to you.
Thank you.
So following up on that question, Dr. Waters, I'm glad you brought it up. I remember in that discussion also there was a bit of a privacy issue, that some developers would not want a public discussion, I guess, as to why their project has not gone forward as fast as possible, especially if a lot of the reason was on the developer's shoulders or their business. If it was their accounting, they didn't make their payments on time, if they did not want that discussed in public. So I think that, I just remember that being a part of that discussion.
I would just like to add that that may very well be true, and the developers could say so when they were brought before the public. But I don't think that's a reason for, and if I'm not necessarily saying that this is part of it, but if the staff believes that it's not a politically correct thing to do, that shouldn't be part of the reason for not doing it, if that was the direction. So, I really do agree with Dr. Waters that we should have an explanation of how that happened.
Yeah, and I think we just need to go back to that because I know we've had this conversation before, and I'll get all that information and bring it back to you.
Thank you. So if there is nothing, thank you, Molly, very much. We're now at Mayor and Council comments. Do we have any comments from councilors? Councilor Hidalgo-Ferring.
So I just wanted to update the council on the field trip this morning. I was going to say yesterday, but it feels like yesterday. It was this morning. Looking at our open space and that Phase 13 greenway or our trailway that our open space are looking to develop in the next few years, and it was amazing. It was very informative, and looking at the amount of natural space that we've acquired through just very long-term and far ahead thinking from our staff, and looking at how we even had a chance to look at that area of the St. Vrain that after the flood, how it had shifted, and so there's a whole new waterway, how the St. Vrain River has shifted, and natural development, the ecosystems, and looking at the animals that have kind of migrated to that area and have just really thrived, and how thoughtful, and I appreciate how thoughtful staff is in ensuring that pathway, that greenway, it doesn't, or trail, doesn't fragment that natural habitat.
Yeah.
So it was an amazing experience. So, I highly recommend that if the opportunity comes up again to go check it out.
Thank you. Councilor Martin, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I just want to remind everyone who hasn't already done it that there is a survey open from the Longmont Multicultural Action Committee, and you can find where to take the survey online by Googling Longmont Multicultural Action Committee. There are a bunch of ways to do it. But please do it, because it will help everyone in Longmont enjoy a better quality of life and a richer one.
Thank you. City Manager, remarks?
I think I've talked enough tonight, so no comments, Mayor, Council.
City Attorney's Office. Thank you. Well, can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Second. Right, it's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Good night.
Good night.